evening and welcome to the Planning Commission meeting of Monday, July 24th, 2023. I now call the meeting to order, and I will ask Commissioner Zick to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Would you please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner Zick. All right, Anna, roll call, please.
Chair Arith,
Present.
Vice Chair Toller,
Here.
Commissioner Rojas,
Here.
Commissioner Zick,
Here.
Commissioner Andrade,
Here.
and Commissioner Vivar is absent.
All right, thank you, Anna. We have no announcements or presentations this evening, which brings us to public comments, and I'll start with those in chambers this evening. So if you wish to speak, please come to either podium to discuss items that are not listed on tonight's agenda. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you'll hear a chime at 1 minute. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Alexander Haberbush. I'm an attorney representing homeowners and business owners on the east side of Costa Mesa, and I addressed the City Council just last week regarding this same matter. I understand the Planning Commission has already approved 2 cannabis retailers to go in on the corner of Broadway and Newport Boulevard, just across the street from the Triangle, and that you are currently in the process of vetting an additional 2 cannabis retailers for that location. The new retailers are approved for 1848 and 1858 Newport Boulevard, literally side by side with existing cannabis retailers. Now, if 4 cannabis businesses are put on that corner, it will effectively turn the corner of Newport and Broadway into Costa Mesa's Cannabis Row. We'll also displace 2 long-standing and successful East Side businesses, putting instead pot shops in their place. My clients are not opposed to cannabis in Costa Mesa, but they are absolutely opposed to over-concentrating cannabis in one area, which is what the Planning Commission currently intends to do. It is undisputed that areas that have concentrations of cannabis businesses experience higher rates of crime, quality of life issues, and drops in the surrounding residential home values. I have been retained to encourage the city to reverse course on this before my clients' businesses and homes are put at risk. And if the city refuses to do this, we are authorized to sue the city for the resultant injuries that 4 cannabis businesses on that corner will inevitably cause to East Side residents. Right now, I understand there are over 60 existing applications for similar cannabis businesses. How does the city intend to address these? Now, you can deal with this issue immediately by denying future applications based on the following findings of fact. 1, overconcentration is incompatible with the neighborhood. And 2, overconcentration causes health and safety concerns, which I mentioned a moment ago. My clients have also set up an online petition at change.org. It's entitled Stop the Oversaturation of Cannabis Shops on the East Side of Costa Mesa. And we encourage residents of Costa Mesa who are interested in stopping the overconcentration of these shops near homes to sign that petition. We already have 172 signatures and we're just getting warmed up. Now, anybody who is opposed to this sort of saturation of shops near East Side should also let their elected officials know of their position by directly contacting them. For more information, you can check out our Facebook group, which we've set up. It's called Too Many Pot Shops on the East Side of Costa Mesa, and you can visit that today. It includes links to the petition as well as other resources for concerned citizens. All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hammerbush. Ms. Samo.
Hi, I'm here about the Gym 12. So every day they open their door now, and you know, whenever you're cooking dinner in your kitchen, you get to hear their full workout. So can you explain to me how this gym is trying to keep their bass inside and their sounds inside if they have the door open? I did share with my City Council member, Mr. Harland, a 9-second video where I'm standing on my property and they're playing We Will Rock You, and you can hear it from the gym to my property. So According to you guys, that would be 100% acceptable. Am I getting this correct? I mean, I would hire a lawyer. I have found a lawyer that'll take my case, but I just don't have 5G sitting in my bank account to hire a lawyer. I did start a GoFundMe. The name of it is, ironically enough, Stop the Base from Gym 12, and it's capital base, BASS. Yeah, so that's the name of the GoFundMe that I started. I just don't understand why you don't care about your citizens. I don't understand why our neighborhood's quiet. It's quiet except for boom, 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 and they annihilate it. They bring it from 30 to the upper 50s, no problem. And I just don't understand why you guys accept this. I mean, I've watched you guys sit up here and scrutinize everything. And you guys didn't think about scrutinizing the base coming out of a sawmill? I mean, they open their door and put a fan in front of it. Do you let all your businesses prop their fire safety door open and put a fan in front of them, or just the Gym 12? I asked the gentleman in the glasses, and he said no comment. Is that the answer from all of you guys, too? I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous, what we have to deal with. Can you tell me how they're trying to keep their sound in with the door wide open and a fan in front of it? Woo! Would you like to hear that constantly? No, you wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't want to hear somebody counting constantly? We do. We have to hear it daily. Daily. For the last week, every day I come home, the door's open. Tonight, I got home, worked a little late, got home at 4:15. Some nights I just don't want to go home because I know, woo! 3, 2, 1. You know, I mean, are you guys going to do anything about the gym? Or are they going to be able to continually annihilate our sound? Just constantly, hours. They give us like 1-2 minute breaks so that they can get water and rehydrate because they don't have proper circulation inside this gym. And nobody's thinking about that. What if people start passing out because they don't have air conditioning, because they got to open the door, the fire safety door, and put a fan in front of it to circulate their gym? Their sawmill. Their sawmill. They have to properly circulate it. And it's right in front. The workouts are right in front of where we live, right in front of the door, right in front of it. I've got it on video, tons of them. Just boom, boom, booming away. Who cares?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Samo. I know the chime's not working this evening, or at least just yet. Thank you for your comment. Ms. Spadoni.
This has been quite a night already. One attorney threatening to sue regarding cannabis, another one that has to set up a GoFundMe for attorney to support their own rights. So, you know, there seems like there's something amiss for the residents in our city. But put that aside for the moment. We've been talking about the initiative that is in the process with our neighborhood voices. And we all know that the state has just thrown drawn out of a hat various numbers. Our personal number for City of Costa Mesa is 11,412 units, I believe. And that's what they expect us to cough up, along with 4,000 included in that of low income. However, they've never, ever given any thought to any resources, police, fire, water resources, traffic, nothing that makes living in a city livable and wanting to live in that particular city. But the good news is that again, the residents of state of California have gotten together, and I guess this is like for the third speaker, have filed an initiative with the Attorney General that will be on the ballot in November of 2024. And basically what this does, it gives each individual city the power to see how they can get this low income, how they can do their housing without it being mandated by Attorney General Bonta and his strike force. Now that's what they call themselves, the strike force. So if they go after a city who is not in compliance, and we're not in compliance with our housing element, and they are after us like bees on a hive of honey. And if you haven't all seen the amicus brief that the Attorney General wrote on the pending Ohio House versus City of Costa Mesa, the sober living case, It's really quite shocking that the state is going to jump in like that. So if we think that they're going to in any way favor us or help us out on our housing element or any other of the numbers that the RENAs have proposed, we're really sad in our thinking. So this initiative will take probably 45 days before it starts the signature portion of it. And I believe they will be both gathered by paid signature gatherers and by individuals. So if you're interested, go on ourneighborhoodvoices.com, ourneighborhoodvoices.com for information and a copy of the initiative. You can.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Spadoni. That's 3 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone else in chambers wish to speak on items that are not listed on tonight's agenda? All right, seeing none, I think we'll move on to, if we can, Anna, Zoom? Okay.
No, we do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on the telephone?
No, there is not.
All right, thank you very much. That brings us to Planning Commissioner comments and suggestions, and I'll go ahead and open up the floor to whoever wants to jump in. Vice Chair.
No, I don't have any comments tonight.
All right, Commissioner Zick.
It's always troubling when you hear a resident complain about an issue and get the sense from those people they're complaining to that nothing is being done and that people don't care. And if it's the first time you've heard about this issue, that might be a conclusion that you come to. And so I only comment about this to point out that this is a condition that I have a lot of concern about and have spent quite a bit of time trying to work with staff to address. And so I will leave it there. I continue to be concerned about the issue. I didn't catch Alexander's last name, so I apologize for referring to you by first name. This is an interesting one to me too. You know, there was a time when this subject was put before the voters, and before Election Day would have been a good time for everybody to get involved and decide how they wanted things to be done. Once the voters decided, it would have been another good time for people to get involved and contribute their input and ideas to council as they craft and finalize an ordinance that details the specifics of how the voters' wishes would be implemented. Of course, it's never too late to get involved. There is a desire by at least one council member to revisit the ordinance. I don't know what specific issues or concerns or aspects are of interest to that individual, but I would probably say that it's never too late if you've got concerns to bring them up. Of course, it's better to bring them up before decisions are made. It's better to bring them up before ballots are printed and decided, but I'll leave that there as well. I thank everybody for coming tonight.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Zick. Anyone else? All right, I'll go ahead and jump in and say thank you to the public for showing up this evening. It's always nice to have the level of engagement for the items that we're reviewing. So thank you for showing up and spending the evening with us. I think since our last meeting, some of the more notable things I've attended are the concerts in the park at Fairview Park. They've been a tremendous experience, just sitting around a whole bunch of Costa Mesa residents, most of them my neighbors, and just hearing good music. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we have another one tomorrow evening with one of our city's more popular bands, or at least the band that we like listening to, the Tijuana Dogs. So if you have some free time tomorrow evening, come join us at Concerts in the Park. With that, I would like to kind of continue the observation that Commissioner Zick brought up in regards to the base at the gym. And if you would, Director Drapkin, if you could just let the public know, what has the level of engagement been on the city's behalf to help resolve this issue?
Sure, yeah, no problem. We have opened up a code enforcement case, and prior to that, we visited the site on several occasions. Then after the case was open, we've also visited the site based on complaints, approximately 40 visits from staff to the site. We've had visits with the property owner in the park, inside of her house, outside of her house, on the street in front of it, and at no time did we observe any violations of the noise ordinance, and really did not hear anything at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director Drapkin. With that, I think we'll go ahead unless anyone else wants to speak. All right, seeing none. Let's go ahead and move on from Planning Commissioner comments and suggestions to the consent calendar. I see that we have 10 consent calendar items tonight, and just as a note, all matters under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the Planning Commission staff or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Items removed from the consent calendar will be discussed and voted upon immediately following Planning Commission action on the remainder of the consent calendar. So, commissioners, any comments on the minutes? All right. I only have one, and it's just to point out that I'm actually seeing minutes for the first time for the first day that I was on this job. So it was kind of interesting to think back to that time. So thanks for bringing that. April 26, 2021. All right, anyone else? No? Okay. May I have a motion? Motion made by Toller. What's your motion?
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that motion. No comment. Anna, if we can bring the vote up.
That motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you, Anna. This brings us to our two public hearings this evening, starting with public hearing item number 1. And if you would, Anna, please read the title into the record.
Public hearing item number 1, Planning Application 23-06 and Zoning Application 23-09 to modify and expand existing mortuary operations into 766 West 19th Street for the Neptune Society located at 758 West 19th Street. Please note, we have not received public comments on this item. This is a call for any ex parte communications.
All right, thank you, and I'll go ahead and start at the end. Any ex parte? All right, Commissioner Zick, Commissioner Andrade, Vice Chair, and I have none to report either. So if you would, Mr. Villalobos, take us away.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Gabriel Villalobos, and I'm Assistant Planner with the Development Services Department, presenting Planning Application 23-06 and Zoning Application 23-09. Planning Application 23-06 is a request for a conditional use permit to establish and legalize a property located at 766 West 19th Street as a conditionally approved mortuary service that provides embalming services. Zoning Application 23-09 is a request for a minor conditional use permit to amend the original entitlement, case number PA-89-86, for the property located at 758 West 19th Street to continue operating as a mortuary service with updated conditions of approval, including embalming as a service provided. Mortuary services without crematories are conditionally permitted in the C1 zone per table 13-30 of the municipal code. The project site is located at both 758 and 766 West 19th Street, where the applicants named the Neptune Society, operate a mortuary service that facilitates cremations and the disposition of human remains. No cremation is done on site, but decedents are held on site temporarily while arrangements are made. The project location is composed of 2 parcels, each containing an existing commercial building. 758 West 19th Street contains a 2-story, 1,836 square foot building that is used as office space for the business, while 766 West 19th Street contains a 1-story, 1,317 square foot building that is currently used as storage for office supplies, as well as a temporary storage for decedents, and is where the proposed embalming would take place. There is a rear parking area which is shared by both parcels exclusively and is accessed by one shared drive approach leading from West 19th Street, while a second approach remains closed off by a gate. The subject property is Zone C1, or Local Business District, and is surrounded by similarly zoned parcels to the east, west, and south, with some multifamily residential zone properties located to the north and south. In addition, the project is also located within the 19 West specific plan area, but because the applications do not propose any mixed-use development, the development standards are not applicable. Surrounding uses include multifamily residential to the north of the project site, both residential and commercial retail uses to the south of the project site located across West 19th Street, and a mix of residential, retail, and office spaces located to the east and west of the project site along West 19th Street. The proposed project is an amendment to an existing entitlement and an expansion of those privileges to cover an adjacent parcel. The Neptune Society has been in operation at this location since 1989 and expanded operations at a later date to include the adjacent property. The embalming service being requested is intended to help support other local funeral homes which do not have the capability or facilities to perform such a service. The 104 square foot cold storage is already existing on site and has a capability to hold up to 9 decedents at any time. The typical duration a decedent is held on site is generally 1 to 2 days, and the embalming services will be performed by one licensed employee dedicated exclusively to this task. There will be no physical changes made to the project site as the equipment has already been moved into the location. The hours of operation will be from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. Most transports to and from the location will occur during normal business hours, but on occasion, overnight deliveries may occur. The drop-offs will take place at the rear of the building located at 766 West 19th Street, and the loading and unloading area is completely screened from the public right-of-way, as well as the adjacent properties, including the residences to the north. There will be no funeral or wake services offered at this location, as there is no seating or assembly area in either building to accommodate such a use. Limited viewings for identification purposes may be possible, but would not be considered standard operating procedure. Shown here is a site plan for the project. As previously mentioned, the site is composed of 2 existing commercial buildings, of which the building located at 766 West 19th Street is where the proposed embalming use is to take place. Landscaping, service parking, and a trash enclosure are all existing, and the primary site access is located between the existing buildings. Shown here is a floor plan layout for the building located at 766 West 19th Street. As previously mentioned, this is the location where the embalming will take place, highlighted in yellow. There is an entrance at the rear of the building where the deliveries will be brought in, and the remainder of the building will be used as office space and general storage. Shown here is a floor plan layout for the building located at 758 West 19th Street. This is a location that is primarily used as office and administrative space for the Neptune Society. No changes are proposed to this building through this application. Project-specific conditions of approval have been added to the application to address some potential concerns that may result from the approval of these applications. These conditions include fire department review and approval of the chemicals to be stored on site, coordination with sanitary districts regarding waste disposal from the proposed use, odor control implementations, limiting on-site activities to minimize traffic and parking concerns, as well as providing signage to ensure that off-business hour deliveries minimize noise generated. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, Perseco Guidelines, Section 15301, and approve planning application 23-06, as well as zoning application 23-09, subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Appreciate it. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Starting with Commissioner Zick.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, could you go to the first slide in your package? You said something very quickly at the outset, and I don't know if you have it written down and could say it again, about the request for the conditional use permit.
Yeah, so in regards to planning application 23-06, it's a request to establish and legalize the property located at 766 West 19th Street. So for clarification, there was a previous entitlement. It's referred to PA-89-69, which was the original entitlement that approved the mortuary use, but only at 758 West 19th Street. So through this application, we would be extending the allowable use over to the adjacent property at 766 West Street, while also including a minor conditional use permit to amend the original approval to basically connect the two, and also to make sure that the use would be allowed, or that any subsequent amendments through this approval would be reflected as well on the original application.
So when you use the phrase that the CUP is to legalize a use, are you implying that there is a current use occurring there that is not legal?
So the current use of the site is primarily storage for the adjacent business. There is a temporary or a cold storage area that's located on site, but the legalization of this would allow for the embalming as well as the temporary holding of the decedents that are brought to the site.
Okay, so I'm going to try my question again. Is there an activity occurring there now which is not legal and not approved? Or is the CUP adding additional uses that aren't currently done and are not currently approved?
Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Yeah, the answer to the question is embalming is not permitted with the original CUP, and they are requesting embalming services that are not currently existing at the site or allowed.
Okay, so this CUP isn't to legalize some activity that is currently happening. It is
Yeah.
to extend the rights to do additional activities.
Correct.
Thank you. And then with regard to the two addresses, the 766 is not currently part of the approval that they have?
So it's not currently a part of the approval that they currently have. However, they have been using that area without approval. But
And do we have an explanation as to why that is?
I don't have an explanation, and you probably should refer that to the applicant. And I believe that's why they're going through the process to allow embalming and use that site for that. I could have conjecture and suggest why it probably occurred. Maybe there was a tenant left there that was there previously and it opened up for them, but the applicant's probably a better answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Rojas.
Just a quick question regarding the odor control implementation. Just curious about that. What does that mean exactly?
So as far as odor control measures are concerned, there is a possibility that there may be potential nuisance odors that are produced from the proposed activity that is being requested to take place on site. Based off of my discussions from the applicants as well as my understanding of the state ordinances that regulate these types of industries, ventilation is the primary factor for addressing odor control. There are also implementations that we are requesting and that have been conditioned for the approval of this project as far as mitigating potential nuisance odors that may occur. But based off of my understanding and from what was told to me by the applicants, any potential nuisance odors that are would be perceived to be produced from this location are relatively minimal due to the fact that the decedents that are held on site are typically held in cold storage and are located on the premises for usually up to 2 days at most. So any odors that might be generated from the storage of these decedents is minimized in that way.
So Commissioner Rojas, if I might, just a little add a little bit. This is a standard condition that we would add on with any use that would allow for some odor potential. We don't anticipate an odor, and it has existed probably for 2 decades without complaints as we understand it. But this is a condition that we just would like to include just in case that we can respond to it if needed.
Right. The reason I ask is because as they state in the report, it has existed for 20 years, but it hasn't been in use for any of that time. And now we're introducing a use that could potentially create the odors. And so obviously I want to ask what kind of equipment or requirement do we have specific in advance of any issues coming up or complaints from any neighbors?
We did investigate what the equipment that they're using and the chemicals and spoke to the applicant about this specifically. And we definitely do not anticipate that any of the odors will leave that building.
Understood.
Or the site.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Rojas. Anyone else? All right, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. I appreciate it. I'll now open the public hearing and ask whether the applicant or the applicant's representative is present. I think it's Mr. Mom. Yeah, if you'd please come to the front. And if you would, please state your name for the record. Let us know if you have read the staff report and the conditions of approval, and do you agree to them?
Hi, my name is Scott Mom, and I did read the approval and the conditions, and we are going to abide by what you guys request.
Okay, great, thank you. I think just before you start, sir, I will mention just for the public record that I'm the director of a nonprofit that's on the corner of Sterling and 19th Street. So it's within proximity to the Neptune Society, but I have no bias in this item. So, sir, if you'd like to make a presentation, the floor is all yours. Or if you'd like to make any additional comments. No. Okay, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant? Commissioner Zick.
Could you explain the circumstances for how you're operating at 766 without the required approvals?
We are not embalming there. We have never embalmed there. It's temporary storage right now, very minimal, and storage for our office next door as far as files and furniture, things like that.
And is that temporary cold storage use
Yes.
approved by the city?
No, it's not.
So could you explain that? That's what I'm asking.
We had temporary storage at 758. We acquired the property at 766. We assumed our contractor at that point made the changes to the CUP, and when I was doing some investigation work, I found out it was never carried through with the city, and this is why I'm here now, is to approve that property for our temporary storage and to add embalming.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Commissioner Zick? Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Malm, I think that's all from us. I will now open the, you're welcome to take a seat if you'd like, sir. Thank you. I will now open the public comments. If you'd like to speak on this item, please feel free to come to the front. Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to speak? All right, seeing none. Anna, if we can go to telephone.
No, there's not, Mr. Chairman.
Zoom?
No, there's not.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public comment portion of the public hearing. And commissioners, do you have any further questions of the applicant? All right, seeing none. Does the applicant, Mr. Malm, do you have any closing comments? All right, thank you, sir. Commissioners, do you have any further questions of staff? All right, seeing none. I'll now close the public hearing and entertain a motion, please. Motion made by Commissioner Toller. What's your motion, sir?
I move the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of CEQA per guidelines section 15301 and approve planning application 2306 and zoning application 2309 subject to conditions of approval.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Toller. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Andrade. Do you wish to speak further to your motion?
No, this doesn't seem like a big deal to me. They've been there for several decades, quietly going about their business, and they're just trying to get everything straightened out in terms of their permits and things like that. The only thing I was thinking about, I think everybody had odor on their mind, but it sounds like we've got that under control. So
All right.
that's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Andrade, do you have any further comments? No. All right. Anyone else? All right. Anna, bring it to the vote, please.
That motion carries 5-0.
All right. Thank you, Anna. That decision is final unless appealed to the City Council within 7 days. Good luck. Thank you very much. All right. And with that, let's go ahead and move on to item number 2. And if you would, Anna, if you could please read it in for the record.
Sure, just one moment. I'm going to update the attendance too.
Okay, sure. And I will say in this time, let the record show that Commissioner Vivar is joining us for the second item. And welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Public hearing item number 2, planning application 23-06 and zoning application 23-09 to modify and expand Ooh, I'm so sorry, just one moment.
You had me at modify.
Public hearing item number 2, planning application 22-12 for a conditional use permit to operate a retail cannabis storefront business with delivery located and a minor conditional use permit for compact parking located at 414 East 16th Street, the Mercantile.
Okay.
Please note, we have received public comments on this item that have been provided to the commission and made a part of the record. This is a call for any ex parte communications.
All right. Thank you, Anna. I'll go ahead and start to my left. Commissioner Vivar, any ex parte to report?
Yes, sir. I did receive an email from the applicant representative to which I responded saying that I had received the email. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rojas.
None, sir.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Zick.
Yes, I met on site with Mr. Fitzpatrick, had a discussion about the project there. I also had a lengthy telephone conversation with a Lynette Cervantes and John Morhart.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Andrade.
Similarly, I received an email from the applicant and acknowledged receipt.
Okay, is that all?
Not with the applicant, but I did visit a couple of the residents.
Okay, all right, thank you. Vice Chair.
I had a phone call this morning with the property owner of the adjacent property and their representative.
All right, thank you very much. I have a few to note as well. It started with a site visit to the adjacent property and also driving to the outside of the subject property. I received an email from Steve Schweimer and then also held a call with him subsequently. I received an email from the authorized agent, but I did not respond. I talked to Costa Mesa resident Ashley Anderson for a while, and I also received a text message and subsequently left a voicemail for Costa Mesa resident Wendy Lease. I think beyond that, that's all I can recall. So with that said, I'll now turn it over to Ms. Halligan to present the item. Ms. Halligan.
Good evening, Chair Areth and Commissioners. I'm Michelle Halligan, Contract Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. Planning Application 22-12 is a request for a conditional use permit to establish a retail cannabis business at 141 East 16th Street, as well as a minor conditional use permit to allow compact parking. The proposed business would be known as the Mercantile. The city has approved 21 CUPs for cannabis storefronts. The approved CUPs are shown in green. The project being presented tonight is outlined in blue. To date, there are 7 cannabis storefronts operating in Costa Mesa. The Planning Commission has also approved 2 CUPs for delivery-only cannabis businesses. One is located on Harbor Boulevard, and the other is located in the far northeast of the community in the Measure X green zone. Tonight's application was submitted by a participant in the city's Cannabis Equity Permit Program. The Equity Program was created to minimize barriers of entry for people who have been impacted by cannabis prohibition. In Costa Mesa, an eligible equity applicant is defined as a legal U.S. resident who meets the following criteria: is a Costa Mesa resident and has been for at least 5 consecutive years, has an annual household income at or less than the county area median, was convicted of a cannabis-related felony in Orange County for which the offense has subsequently been designated a misdemeanor, infraction, or decriminalized, and can pass all other components of the city's background check process. The owner of this project satisfies the above criteria. The Equity Permit Program waived the $1,500 pre-application fee, skipped the wait list, and waived the approximately $20,000 CBP application fee. There are several steps in the cannabis permitting process. The equity applicant's cannabis business permit application was finalized in January 2022. After receiving the notice to proceed, they applied for the conditional use permit. If the CUP is approved tonight, the applicant would next finalize plans based on conditions of approval, apply for building permits, pass inspections, and then receive a cannabis business permit and business license. The proposed storefront would be located at 141 East 16th Street, as shown in the aerial and zoning map. The subject property is Zone C2, General Business District. There are other commercial properties to the north and south, as well as east across the 55 freeway. The property to the west is Zone General Industrial, but is developed as a mobile home park. The subject property is developed with 2 one-story buildings, totaling 7,659 square feet. The proposed cannabis storefront would be limited to 2,038 square feet in a suite located towards the rear of the property. The customer entrance is shown in a blue dot. Here are some photos of the existing conditions. The proposed storefront would be located in the gray building in the rear. The most recent use of the property was for boat repairs, sales, and storage. As you can see, the property does not feature landscaping, designated parking stalls, nor sidewalk. Several aspects of the existing condition are legal non-conforming. This is the conceptual site plan. The proposed storefront would be limited to a 2,038 square foot tenant space in the rear of the property. The proposed loading zone is less than 15 feet from the main entrance and approximately 65 feet from an access-controlled employee-only door. The proposed storefront is a little over 2,000 square feet, so it would need to be serviced by at least 8 parking stalls to meet the requirement. Because the parking lot is shared by all 3 tenant spaces, additional parking is required to serve the site as a whole. If approved, the applicant would repave and restripe the parking lot to serve the entire property. The applicant proposes to make the following changes: building a sidewalk and curb along East 16th Street as well as a 2-way driveway, constructing an accessible path of travel from East 16th Street to both buildings on the property, paving and restriping the surface parking lot to comply with the city's design standards, adding a bicycle rack, constructing a trash enclosure, adding a landscaped front setback and other landscaped planters. There would be 12 canopy trees and a variety of drought-tolerant shrubs and ground cover. A preliminary photometric plan was provided and would be finalized during the plan check process. Here's a closer view of the building after improvements. The proposed floor plan would involve the construction of demising walls, primarily to create a back-of-the-house area, which is accessed by employees only and vendors after passing security. Customer access is limited to the lobby and sales floor. Customers must enter through the main entrance. A greeter employee would verify their identity and age before allowing them to enter the sales floor. After their transaction is completed, they must leave through the same door. All other areas of the premises are accessible to employees with the proper security clearance. Employees would enter and exit through the main entrance or through a limited access door on the northwest side of the property. Vendors and delivery drivers would park in a designated loading area adjacent to the main entrance. As proposed and conditioned, the main entrance, access control door, product path of travel, and the loading area would be under camera surveillance at all times. The applicant provided a detailed business plan that was evaluated by the city's cannabis consultant. It is not attached to the staff report because it contains proprietary information. However, the business plan describes the owner's professional experience, proof of capitalization, quality control, as well as day-to-day operations. The applicant also provided a professionally prepared security plan that was reviewed by Costa Mesa's security consultant. They determined that appropriate security measures were included to address local and state requirements. There are more than 45 standard conditions of approval related to Measure Q uses. For example, the operation is limited to the hours between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. On-site consumption is prohibited. The facility is subject to state and local inspections, and a security guard must be present on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of the hours of operation. As with other cannabis storefronts that are adjacent to residential uses, there are specific conditions of approval to ensure compatibility. These include posting signs in the parking lot reminding customers to use consideration when entering and exiting, limiting the hours the exterior trash enclosure can be utilized, and requiring employees to monitor the parking lot in addition to the security guard. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, Class 1, Existing Facilities, and approve Planning Application 22-12, including compact parking, and subject to conditions of approval. The applicant's agent, Jim Fitzpatrick, has prepared a presentation for the Commission. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Halligan. I appreciate it. Commissioners, do you have any questions of staff? Starting with Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Ms. Halligan. I've got just a couple of questions. The first one, it didn't occur to me to ask the applicant when I was meeting with him, but do you have any understanding as to why the west half of that back building is where the premises is going to be established as opposed to the east half of that back building?
The applicant is available to answer that question.
That's fair. Second, when you indicated that the applicant has satisfied the criteria associated with this social equity program, who did that validating?
City staff conducted part of the process as well as our cannabis consultant, and it also involved a background check.
Okay. And then you indicated that a notice to proceed letter was dated January 25th, 2022. So over almost a year and a half ago. Do you know why we're only now seeing this item?
Commissioner Zick, we went in the order, and so part of our equity program was to allow the application to jump ahead of the wait list, but it was not able to jump ahead of our phase 1 applicants. And, you know, also, we have our typical procedures for staff review, and they were subject to those procedures.
Okay. And then my last question for you, the parking analysis on page 14 of the staff report indicates that a requirement for the entire site is 31 stalls, and that after the reconfiguration, there will be 32. And that's based on having 7 small car spaces. My question is, do you know how many spaces would have been in the lot had they all been full size?
Commissioner Zick, they went through several rounds of design options, but because this parking lot should serve all of the businesses there and not just the storefront, they've always included some compact parking in order to not create a legal nonconformance.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Zick. Anyone else? Commissioner Andrade.
I wanted to ask a little bit about your visit to the site, to the adjacent site of the mobile homes and the tot lot that they identified. If you can maybe describe what you saw, or like how did you determine?
Sure. So when we do the pre-application process, we visit the site, and in this case, the boatyard is a well-known site, but it's not very accessible. So I drove down 16th Street. This is back in December of 2021. And I noticed the mobile home park because it's all uniform. It's really unique. So I drove through. It's just a really simple one-way drive pattern. But I did not notice any tot lot or playground.
Yeah, so I asked because in my visit there and just inquiry there with the local neighbors, I mean, it wasn't just a corner section of the mobile home with dirt and some turf, some outdated playground plastic equipment that's, you know, just movable. So none of that was present when you visited back in 2021.
No, it was not. And staff went back and revisited Google Street View and Google Aerials as well, as well as Microsoft products through Bing, and did not observe a tot lot or playground.
Yeah, and I totally get, and I was curious about that as well, because when I looked at the Google views, you wouldn't be able to see it because there's this huge tree that covers and provides a nice shade to that whole corner with where the neighbor is identifying it a tot lot. So I guess I'm just a little concerned about that portion of it. Maybe, I don't know what was actually present at the time of your visit, and what the neighbor already had there.
If I may.
Yeah.
With regards to your question about the Google images, and you are absolutely right with the aerials, that tree camouflages that whole corner very well. What Google does also offer, and as well as Bing, like Michelle mentioned, was a street view. And basically you can more or less drag a little guy into the map, and it'll show a street view. And one of the things that staff did is get very clear shots of that corner area, and there was nothing in that area except as a dirt area for the most part. And a shed, yeah. And then the shed, and then there was no fence there as well. My assumption is those are very recent. So one of the requirements is that, and I think as Michelle mentioned was, and per the report, that a sensitive use per the code would have to be present when the cannabis business permit, sorry.
Application, yeah.
I could go into why I can never get that straight, but has been approved or considered complete. Not approved, but considered complete.
Right, right. Yeah, I guess my concern here is that, you know, the residents in that area are low-income residents. And to make a kid happy, all you really need is whatever their toys are in an empty space. That's it. And if kids are freaking in that area, so, you know, I don't know how we want to get into specifics on defining what qualifies a playground, what doesn't qualify a playground, movable pieces or, you know, items that are drilled down into the ground, or just a free space for kids to play with their, I don't know, bikes or whatever they can bring into the space. So, yeah, that would just, thanks for that clarifying detail. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Is that all? Okay. All right, Commissioner Vivar.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the great staff presentation. And I do have some follow-up questions, a couple based on some of my colleagues' comments up here and questions. So I was very intrigued by Commissioner Zigg's observation about the project having been given a notice or a letter to proceed January of 2022. And the fact that we are seeing this now in July 2023, which is about a year and a half after that letter. So again, I just wanted to understand, you're saying that this is because it is coming after all the phase 1 applications were reviewed, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but phase 1 applications means that they have Measure X partnerships. Is that correct?
Commissioner Vivar, that is correct. So equity applicants had the opportunity to submit an application in the very beginning, which was at the same time as what we used to say phase 1, which meant those that were Measure X existing operator or partnering with them. And then the benefit also included fees being covered or specific fees being covered, but the benefit did not include jumping ahead of the applications. You could only jump ahead of the wait list. And so this project is being processed in line with others that were submitted around its time.
So it's being processed in line after all of its application materials were ready, and I guess it was ready to proceed after that letter was received?
The timing of this is similar to all of our other applications. Okay. We're simply going, in the order because our equity program did not allow them to jump ahead during the CUP phase.
Right. Okay.
Commissioner Vivar, if I may, just interrupt for just a quick moment. This applicant, actually, he is one of our only social equity applicants, as you know, as the report mentions. One thing worth mentioning, though, is this applicant was part of a previous application that was subsequently removed, so by virtue of the applicant, and withdrawn. So there was a slowdown with the application process in regards to processing, but only because he had a prior application and it was submitted afterwards, and deeming it complete took some time.
Right. Okay. So when was this application then deemed complete and ready to proceed?
Commissioner Vivar, I want to make sure I understand which phase you're talking about. Are you talking about the CBP phase? Because the CBP phase, we issued the notice to proceed in January of 2022.
I guess I mean like when, because in your questions to, or your responses to Commissioner Andrade regarding the playground, you mentioned something about that sensitive uses are considered once the application is deemed complete. So I'm just wondering when this application was deemed complete.
I want to be specific
Okay.
that the location requirements are set when we have finished the pre-application.
Right.
And we've allowed them to proceed, the CBP application's complete. So that's a CBP application. I just want to be clear because
Sure.
the CUP
Yes,
is
yes,
very
yes.
different.
Right.
So the location requirements were met and that letter was issued in January of 2022.
So that's when the CBP was, you could say, complete. Right.
You could say complete, but obviously we make them go get a CUP.
Right.
But it was that time in January that the location requirements were set. And at that time, we did not observe any tot lot or any playground. I did visit the site last week and was surprised to see the changes.
Right. And so CUP readiness is different. CUP means they're ready to come to us, the Planning Commission.
That is correct. CUP being deemed complete means we're ready to put this on an agenda.
Right. And that came, I'm guessing, more recently, just a couple months ago.
It's very recent. We try to, we're processing so many at a time that we try to deem it complete when we know we're ready for the hearing.
Right. All right. So the staff report mentions that the social equity applicant must be at least a 51% owner of the business. Do we know what percent this person is the owner, whether it's 51, 70, 90?
I don't have the business plan in front of me, but perhaps the applicant, their agents here, perhaps they could answer it. But our code does require them to have a controlling interest of at least 51%. Let's see, and they have to receive profits proportionate to their ownership interest. Costa Mesa's equity program also is designed to ensure an ongoing financial interest and benefit to the person who was impacted by cannabis prohibition.
Right. So in a hypothetical situation in which this applicant or the social equity individual drops out of the this project, this cannabis storefront, what would happen to the storefront? Would it lose its CUP and then need to come back to us, or how would that work? Say if the person in 2 years says, you know what, I think I'm going to move to a different industry, and the social equity applicant leaves the storefront business team, shall we say? Do they lose the CUP if they were to be granted that tonight?
Commissioner Rivera, if I may interrupt again, I'm sorry. For the most part, that process is ingrained into the requirements through the AR administrative regulations. And this could absolutely occur, like you suggest. We would look at it on a case-specific basis. We'd obviously evaluate it with the city attorney and, more or less look at it in detail. But they would be subject to a potential revocation of their permit without this process. They could come back possibly afterwards and reapply if needed, but we certainly would look at it on a case-by-case basis if that did occur.
Right. And if that did occur, would there be any way for us to know, other than maybe someone letting us know? So I guess what I want to know is, how do we ensure that that individual does in fact remain an ongoing interested party in this project?
Commissioner Vivar, we review the ownership with the applicants. We also do an owner and employee roster that's updated quarterly. To process ownership changes, if they reach a certain percentage, they might need a minor adjustment or a major modification to their CBP. But like Scott said, in this instance, we'd have to look at the specifics.
Right. So what I'm hearing is every 3 months, we as a city are able to see who the ownership parties are, right?
That is correct, because we have a badging process, and so we verify that they have their badges and they've passed their life scans.
Right. Okay, great. And as for my last question, I was wondering if staff at all went through discussion with the applicant on where their trash enclosure would be placed as it relates to the mobile home park?
Commissioner Vivar, the proposed trash enclosure is located on the opposite side. It's up against a commercial property that's currently vacant.
Okay. All right, and those were all my questions, so thank you so much to you both. And I defer back to you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Anyone else? Vice Chair? All right, I have many questions, and it runs the gamut. So bear with me. First question, why does the city waive fees for the social equity program?
Thank you, Chair. The fee waiver is an incentive program, similar to some of the other incentives that are embedded into the program. And like the report indicates, it's to encourage these people that were in this process and penalized to come out of a process that was now legalized.
Okay.
So it's very similar to other social equity programs. It's not exactly the same, but there are other. The state has its own social equity program, which allows for benefits and incentives. Many other states do the same thing as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director Dropkin. Second question. To the best of your knowledge, does the site require remediation in the sense that it would require a Phase 1 EIR? And I'm reviewing CEQA guideline 15300.2 as historical use on site, boat building, boat storage, and so forth. Do we know the presence of any chemicals that would be detrimental to folks who come on site?
Chair Arith, at this time, the site's not designated as a site that we're aware of, like underground storage tanks and contamination, but obviously before breaking ground, they would have to do a review of the site. We don't have this listed, though, as a site where a Phase 1 would be required.
Okay. And if you could just kind of walk us through the process, what are the minimum requirements on the environmental side to make sure that it's either triggers or remediation of some sort versus not? Is there any kind of test to these sites that's automatic?
There are many tests. There are maps that show problem sites. We do have a few in the city. We obviously consider what the proposed use is going to be, what the proposed use was. We align them best as possible with the CEQA determinations that were allowed. In this case, we found that an exemption was applicable.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. Thank you, Director. And Ms. Halligan. Move on to condition of approval 22 and page 10 of the conditions of approval. This is from the police department, and I just wanted to kind of get some clarity on this. Condition of approval number 22 under PD says every manager, supervisor, employee, or volunteer of the cannabis business must submit fingerprints and other information specified on the cannabis business permit for a background check by the Costa Mesa Police Department to verify that person's criminal history. No employee or volunteer may commence paid or unpaid work for the business until the background checks have been approved. No cannabis business or owner, therefore, may employ any person who has been convicted of a felony within the past 7 years, unless that felony has been dismissed, withdrawn, expunged, or set aside pursuant to, and then the penal codes, or who is currently on probation or parole for the sale, distribution, possession, or manufacture of a controlled substance. So my general question is, are owners held to the same standard as the employees that are focused in this condition?
Chair Arith, yes, owners go through the same background check process.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the language was compatible between the two. Okay, thank you. Moving on. I'd like to reference Land Use Policy 6.7, which focuses on retaining existing businesses. And my question will be, has the city made efforts to retain this historical use in the city given land use policy 6.7? Has there been any effort on the city's behalf to retain this current use?
The history of the site has been problematic, and in fact, it's been deep code enforcement issues over many years with violations stemming from health, from land use, and more. So I think the short answer to your question is the city has not put any effort into trying to continue the historic land use of a boat yard. Although if it was a boat yard use that was of good standing, the city would certainly do whatever we could to try to preserve it if the property owner wished to do so.
Okay.
Sharon, I can add on to that a
Sure.
bit. The history of the site, it was a boat storage yard and boat repair yard for quite some time. The city worked with the property owner extensively. The truth is, over time, the property owner came to the city and expressed an interest in selling the property or changing the use on the site because there just wasn't a market demand for those same services anymore. So that's the short answer is probably that. In addition, over time, it did have some code enforcement violations, so all of those things came together in conversations with the city.
Okay, thank you, Director Lee. I'll follow up on your last statement. With the owner having an interest in selling the property, did this precede the passage of Measure K? I assume so, given the CBP and so forth.
Yeah, I don't know the precise sale date, so I can't answer that question, but certainly there have been conversations with the property owner who operated the boatyard for many years, probably at least 5 years back when I started with the city.
And this was the previous owner, not the current owner?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Director Lee. I'll go ahead and move this along. If I'm not mistaken, the Newport Mesa Unified School District has this particular section of 16th Street highlighted as a safe routes to school zone. Has the city made any effort to coordinate with the Newport Mesa Unified School District on this item before it came to us for a hearing?
Thanks, you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to pass that question on to Sung, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, from my knowledge, we'll have to look into that. I've spoken with Ms. Jennifer Rosales, so for your particular question, so we'll get that information and report back to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang. So I'll go ahead and maybe ask the question in a different way. Is it our policy to send the public hearing items to our special district partners around the city, be it the water district, the sanitary district, or the Newport Mesa Unified School District, to see if they have any particular interest in this, or in these items or similar items, or any items?
So during the pre-reviews, we do engage some of the special districts, including Mesa Water, and then, for instance, when they're applicable, when they're not included in the pre-apps or the pre-reviews. It's called a Development Review Committee, DRC.
Okay. An additional question in that vein, do we happen to know what the timing is of kids that are walking across 16th Street during the safe routes to school as they're getting to the bus? Is it 7 a.m.? Is it 8 a.m., 8:30?
So, Chair, thank you. I don't know that answer with regards to the safe routes to school. However, I did look through the circulation element, and they do have some priority maps in the circulation element. One actually includes pedestrian and school circulation, and this area is outside of that circulation. I don't know if there's a subsequent safe access to schools map that's changed that, but the existing general plan map does not show this area as a route for pedestrian or school safe access.
Okay. Could it be that the current general plan is just lagging behind what the...
Very, very possible, yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That would be good information to have. So let me ask another question. Is the proposed use tonight an intensification based on the current use? Is there going to be additional traffic in this area as compared to its current use?
Chair Arith, the Transportation Department did review the proposed project and determined that there would be additional traffic, which is why they're imposing a traffic impact fee. So if approved, the city would collect the traffic impact fee. And I just want to make a note that at present, there isn't a sidewalk in front of this property. So when discussing safe routes to school, I would note that the sidewalk would be required to be added.
Yeah, I would think that at the barest of minimums, that there would be a sidewalk and there would be a complete streets, and that safety would be the absolute focus in an area where we have kids walking on this place. So I might circle back to that, but I'll move the conversation along. I think it should be noted that as part of our package, the managing partner or manager of the Seabreeze mobile home estate next to the subject property sent us a long letter. And was there anything in that package or in any previous or recent call with that manager, I believe it was Steve Schweimer or one of his designees, in saying that the tot lot had preceded the CBP application in any way? I know that there were site visits and there's Google Maps and there's the Bing searches for sure. But I guess what I'm curious to know is, because of the loose definition of what a playground is and what a tot lot is, what is the minimum threshold to say that something is or is not a playground? I guess is kind of what I'm getting at.
Michelle looked this up right now, and she's currently looking up the definition of a playground. I can tell you it is relatively broad.
Yeah.
And I don't anticipate it honing into a definition that would be so precise where it would allow for removable kids' toys.
Okay.
As Commissioner Andrade mentioned before, she believed that maybe some of these areas would be subject to the playground based on just the use of it, and the area is devoid of certain allowances for that. That certainly wasn't one of staff's considerations with review of it. What we did consider is that the lot was empty. So during those photos, we looked at very clearly and deep dive into the photos. We did it before the CBP, and it was an empty site.
Okay.
And that's what we concluded with.
I guess to kind of get to the heart of it, I'm trying to see if there was any historical evidence that would suggest that children were using this area as a play site, be it if they were playing on high-end gym equipment to, playing with sticks, right? I say this while acknowledging that the definition for a playground or a tot lot might be a little bit nebulous. So I'm just trying to get to the truth here.
Chair Arith, our Costa Mesa Municipal Code defines a playground. Playground means and includes both a public playground located in a city park and a private playground. A private playground shall mean a privately owned outdoor recreational area, including a tot lot containing playground equipment or amenities, such as swings, slides, sandboxes, or other installations designed for use by minors and serving either the general public or residents of a development. Based on our site visit and our review of footage, we don't have a historic record of any sort of tot lot or playground in the area. I did visit the site last week, and it appeared that a new low fence had been constructed between two units, and that there was a sandbox, or what I believe will be used as a sandbox, and then like a toddler's basketball hoop.
Okay.
So it did not look anything like what it looked like in the past, and based on the evidence we can find through websites like Google and Bing.
Okay. And do we know of the existence of, let's say, a swing in the trees?
I have not observed a swing in the trees, no.
Okay. All right. I think that's going to be it for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if I ask a few more later. Okay. All right. Commissioners, anyone else? Commissioner Andrade.
I have a clarifying clarifying piece. I know some of the testimony that we received or the comments that we received from the public is, so if you can help me answer this for the record, is the overlay that this site has with what will be potentially considered for Measure K. That seemed like kind of one of the top concerns of some of our community members. So could you maybe clarify that, or are they way off, inaccurate? Like where does that statement fall?
Certainly, the city did adopt code provisions based on a precinct measure, the Measure K that you speak of. It was a measure that allows for a change in zoning and general plan designations for properties that have boundaries within an area and that are included on a parcel basis. And what's changed with this measure and with the subsequent code provisions is it allowed for these properties to change to high-density residential or investment and reinvestment in the commercial areas without going to a general plan or a zoning change, a vote of the people for that to get approval of that. So essentially, any type of land use change, including a general plan or a zoning change, could be allowed to go through in front of the city council instead. So the existing provisions through Measure Y required differently. So where it would need to go to a vote of the people for a change of a general plan and a zoning designation.
So is this location fall within that area of consideration?
It does. It does for both reinvestment from a commercial perspective and for the potential housing.
Okay, so it is part of the Measure K possibility of space to consider to expand and respond to the housing needs that we have.
Correct. But it's worth mentioning that it is not a housing element opportunity site. So from a general plan perspective, in our housing element that was recently adopted, the housing element has another set of parcels and a boundary area for the most part that shows housing opportunity sites that can be used, that are intended to be redeveloped for residential purposes and to account for our arena. This site was not one of those.
Okay, so it's within the Measure K, just so that I understand it correctly. So it is within, and also for the public, because I know that we may have some people listening and trying to better understand. So it is within the map for Measure K. However, the general use map did not identify this location for rezoning.
The housing element did not show this for opportunity site for housing for the meet the arena objectives, yes. Did not.
Was there any rationale? Because it seemed like the map kind of wraps up around that whole zone. Why would they exclude this tiny little?
So there are some areas, in general, most of the areas there is an overlap where the housing opportunity sites do include the measure sites, and this situation just wasn't. So we went through them and we investigated what sites during the housing element process would produce a good residential component. And this site was not one of them. The other reason might be is because this site has an urban plan designation of 19 West, which allows mixed use already. So that might be another reason that it wasn't included. I don't know if that's the exact reason, but again, the specific plan or the urban plan that overlays this property does allow for live, work, and for mixed use residential. Lot to take in.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. I have definitely one, possibly two questions. Was staff recently instructed to do a study on the current cannabis code by City Council? And if so, what's the nature of that ask from our colleagues?
I can answer that. At the last city council meeting, one of the council members requested of the city manager that a discussion be agendized for the full city council. to discuss whether they wanted staff to look into amendments to the city's municipal code related to our cannabis regulations. So we expect that that discussion will be agendized. But again, that discussion is just, does a majority of the city council want staff to look into possible amendments? It's not the amendments itself.
Okay. Thank you, Director Lee. So and you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to phrase it a different way. That currently staff is spending at least some undisclosed amount of time performing research on behalf of City Council to see if there's something within the cannabis regulation and code that needs to change, or what possible changes could take place very soon.
Staff is not spending time on that now. The discussion at the council level is to decide whether the majority of the council wants staff to do
I see. Okay.
Yes.
Wants to. We want to, I guess. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. I think there was some chatter going on in different ways. I'll go ahead and hold off on any other questions that I have and move this along, but I do want to see, commissioners, do you have any further questions?
I do have one question, if I may. This is maybe to Director Drapkin, as he mentioned something earlier about the code violations of the existing boatyard, and mentioned something about health concerns. So, did this have to do with any contaminants in the area, or that were being output by that current use or previous existing use, or would you mind maybe elaborating on that nature of those health concerns?
It wasn't anything related to a chemical or anything that would go into the ground, anything like similar to that. It was more of a health related to occupants. So, and it basically was living conditions that were not permitted.
Oh, on site, you mean?
Correct. But those were resolved.
Oh, and this is referring to the previous existing residential structure that seems to be on the site?
No, this was post the residential structure that went after conversion.
But so none of those code violations related to any kind of environmental concerns, environmental pollutants, contaminants?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No? Okay. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Anyone? All right. We can revisit this later if you have any further questions. I will now open the public hearing and ask the applicant or the applicant's representative if they're present. If you would, please state your name for the record and let us know if you've read the staff report conditions of approval and do you agree to them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim Fitzpatrick for the applicant, authorized agent for Boatyard LLC. We have read the extensive conditions of approval, over 11 pages and 72 of them, more than any other business that comes before you. And yes, we are in approval.
Okay, yeah, if you could just tell us yes or no. Thank you. The floor is yours if you'd like to make a brief presentation.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much to Scott and his staff. Really appreciate you shepherding this, and also to Sung and your staff. Thanks for working with us on this one. We have spent almost 2 years going back and forth with staff to get it to this point. And Michelle, wonderful job as usual tonight, but really important to recognize you for working with us throughout the entire project. Nice job. Thank you. This application is geographically unique and it will serve as a competitive advantage. The former boatyard is conveniently located in Costa Mesa's most southern neighborhood, the closest cannabis retail store to the beach, and those traveling to and from Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, and Huntington Beach. The store will draw from a robust residential customer base as well as those who work locally. This store will create quality union jobs and a sustainable tax revenue stream. We look forward to taking a couple minutes to tell our story and to answer your questions. The team is here and available for questions. Next, Michelle. More on Aaron in a second. To the top right is Vivian, the owner and partner, operates locally in the cannabis supply chain with a vast industry relationships with many brands. Center top is a team. The team is supported by a local operating partner selected to support retail operations for both the startup phase as well as ongoing operational solutions and the supply chain. The team is surrounded by several service providers to support the applicant for legal land use, entitlement, security, et cetera. There are other support elements like Weed Maps, which offers the social equity candidate some free services and consulting services. For social equity, it really is a village of support. We have Tom Johnson back in the audience here, the most trusted person in all of cannabis security. He's on the team and helped us with this. Dan Kang is the property owner who's here today. He can answer some of your environmental questions, but if you bring him up to ask him that, hopefully you can ask him what it is to carry a project for so long. And I encourage you to also consider the property owner, the business, because they have rights as well. Let's see, Jennifer Farrell is here from Rutan & Tucker. She is handling the legal support. Jennifer is a city attorney, well-versed in land use and cannabis regulatory schemes. Jennifer is also the chair of our Chamber of Commerce. Not here tonight is Maurizia. She's got a lot of experience in cannabis around accounting and compliance and will be part of the leadership team. Next one. So Aaron Brower, local Costa Mesa guy, longtime resident, lots of friends and support. Aaron is here as our social equity partner, and just wanted to introduce you to Aaron Brower.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I want to thank Michelle, Scott. I want to thank you so much for holding my hand through the process. You know, Jennifer, it was and Tarquin and everybody. It was really very helpful to me. And so I just want to say thank you personally. It's very good. I really, really appreciate it. So my name is Aaron Brower. I'm a longtime Costa Mesa resident. I've operated many businesses here in the city of Costa Mesa. I have built many friendships and relationships here in the city. With residents and businesses. I am a local. I've raised my family, my two families, and an adopted nephew here in the city of Costa Mesa. And when I realized I qualified for the social equity, being a social equity applicant, you have to look at new business opportunities because forever in my life, I could never be a school teacher or sell cars or any of that sort of stuff were not open to me. And so I had to think of business and creative ways to be successful in life. And so I was happened to look at this cannabis thing, and then all of a sudden the ordinance came out, and my wife was reading it, and she goes, "Hey, you qualify." And I go, "Wow," and so that's what led to our this partnership here. And then once I realized I qualified, then I thought of who would be, the best to reach out to. I got involved in one situation and then had to change gears. And I just want to I really want to thank Dan Kang and Vivian for being so patient, because they bought the boatyard and they did all this and they funded the whole thing, and then they waited and they believed in me. And I just want to say thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then, I do want to talk a little bit about the location. Okay, the location is great for this, I believe, okay? It's close to the beach. It's location, location, location. And so I'm very, very excited about this opportunity. And then I also wanted to, I want to thank you, Jim, for all your hard work. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then, I just want to thank the city. I want to thank Lori Ann. I want to thank Scott, Michelle, Jennifer, everybody who held my hand through the process. It was a struggle for me. I'm also a little learning disabled. And so it was quite a struggle, and they were very, very good, and they helped me and held my hand through the process. It's been a stressful process, okay, because it's a big project, and it's a lot of funds, and so it's been a lot of pressure. And so I just really want to thank you for all your help, and I'm so excited about this. And I want to thank the city of Costa Mesa for giving me this opportunity. I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron. Next slide, please. So the boatyard is located at 141 East 16th Street, one property in from the old Von Hemrick Furniture Store on Newport Boulevard. The site is historically operated as a boatyard for storage and sales, and iconic catamaran shipbuilding. Gill's Catamaran goes back to 1955, and the prior landlords family. Surfboards have been shaped and sold out of this property. We all know that Costa Mesa is a crazy capital of the world and the action sports capital of the world, but once we were known as the boat building capital of the world, which is a cool piece of history. In 1926, Costa Mesa's Chamber of Commerce wanted to entice the people to move to Costa Mesa. Like many other cities, they created a city brochure to entice people to live and work in their community. It tagged Costa Mesa as the gateway to Newport Harbor. This is Costa Mesa's southernmost neighborhood closest to the beach. Location, location, location provides a competitive advantage. It's exciting to replace an intense, historic, 24-hour-a-day boatyard with a modern retail experience with offices and creating jobs with meaningful, sustainable tax revenue. Remember that for years, the city came after this property pretty hard to change its use. And this is the opportunity to do that now. Next slide. So, cool site plan. For the first time in the history, site will be reimagined. We modernized with a new parking lot and new landscaping. Just to let you know, we've gone back and forth with Sung and his team. We originally proposed this with 2 drive aisles based off of active transportation. We consolidated into 1, introduced landscaping for the first time in its history. What's interesting is that the city technically owns the first 20 feet. They forgot because they owned it pre-1954. So, you know, if anyone should have been developing and improving this property through its history, the city had that opportunity. Let's see, the buildings will remain the same. The store will go on the rear to the southwest, back of the right of the property, the top left as depicted on the slide. The other half of the building will be retail, and the farmhouse will remain office. The project provides ADA path of travel, as Michelle shared. Site will be landscaped with California native drought tolerant. There is will be protected by a security lighting plan that has gone through photometric to give the site the proper security, yet protect for the quiet enjoyment. Next. So this is what the residents and everyone driving by this property has seen for decades and generations. This is what the neighborhood has seen. These new retail store and improvements represent a significant improvement. And again, this is what the site looked like when the city was aggressively going after code enforcement and efforts for it to change its use. And we have that opportunity tonight. Next. So I guess giving you my best ta-da, this is what we propose the site to look like. It's a modernization of a mixed-use mid-century deferred maintenance site. Will be a significant improvement to the neighborhood, just as you are witnessing with the revitalization of our commercial retail corridors throughout the city with welcome improvements of the cannabis retail stores. There will be signage in the parking lot to encourage employees and customers to respect the neighbors. We're introducing design elements to take inspiration from the history of the boatyard and proximity to the beach. The team thinks, and we hope you agree, that this will be a welcome improvement to the neighborhood. The office to the left will operate from 9 to 5, so that's always great in a retail environment as that use turns off and we move into peak retail times of after 5 and weekends. All that parking is available for retail. We have incentives in place for employees and customers to support active transportation. The owner has a large investment in tech, so they intend to operate this as a smart store. So that'll facilitate the online ordering in-store, kind of collapse the transaction time, yet achieve quality customer experience. And also, the applicant letter stated that delivery was intended. The applicant does not intend to start delivery until the market allows for it. Next. So the structure has good bones. What we'll be doing is modernizing the inside, as Michelle mentioned, introducing a demising wall to separate front of the house from back of the house. As you can imagine, it requires a new ADA bathroom. But what we're trying to do is create an elegant sense of arrival, and we have a local design team that the team has chosen to introduce kind of the tip of the hat to the historical boatyard as well as nautical themes. Next. So what was interesting is way back when Tom and I were doing our first cannabis business permit and got approved by HDL in the city, we said, that's great. Now we have to go to a public environment and communicate what we're doing without giving the blueprints to how to defeat it. So we came up with what's called the secured layered onion, which hardens the outer assets, produces layers that protect the people, cannabis, and cash. It is supported by both Tom Johnson as well as the security guards the security guards that will be used for the property. One thing that's interesting, because we did see one of the concerns, and it was a bit of a kitchen sink, let's throw everything at this because you only need one reason to say no, right? Is that, crime. First of all, the Orange County Grand Jury did a study of cannabis in Santa Ana, and their finding was crime went down. Right? I was curious, so I did a recent public records request with the police department of all the cannabis shops, and there has been no incident of crime. The police chief has sat here at city council meetings and testified that he's not seeing any issues. Staff is available. We're not seeing any issues. We're not seeing complaints of parking. We're not seeing any of that. So pretty comfortable with operations. Next. So I stand here today to say this is the project that I've worked on. I haven't seen any other that has more extensive outreach than what we did. We originally mailed to both, to 500 foot in both English and Spanish, invited them to the site, served delicious Trenta food. We had a pretty good, not huge, but we did have some of the local residents and several of the businesses that showed up. And we followed up canvassing for 8 times, if you can move to the next slide, Michelle. So part of this, I can tell you last October, both at the event and canvassing, we had a significant amount of support letters, and then I moved my office, and unfortunately I lost those. But the good news was I had to go back, okay? This is Seabreeze Villas. This is a canvassing and going and talking to them. I'll tell you, my observations haven't gone so often, there's no tots. In fact, when somebody came to the door once, who I questioned their age of 21, I said, listen, I just need to be polite, but I need to make sure you're above 21. And he smiled and laughed, right? I didn't see any tots at all. I can tell you, if you look at this picture, that's clearly a dirt lot. When I recently went back after we received the comments, I went back to the maintenance guy and I said, how long is that fence and thing? He said, oh, about a month, right? And so I think it doesn't meet the definition of a playground. There should be at least sand in the sandbox if you're going to kind of have it attempt to be a disqualifier. And that equipment wasn't there. Honestly, I didn't hear any questions about the shed to see if that was permitted. That's a blue gum eucalyptus that we know the tragedy that occurred over in Irvine Ave when that fell down and killed somebody, right? So I don't share any concern about the kids because I don't think they're there. But look at that property is glowing green with support. If you notice that left side, that's all the property side that is abutting the boatyard. That's support, right? There was a couple that said, no, I don't want to sign your letter, but I don't have any issues. There was a couple of vacancies, but the two most impacted are to the rear, and they glowingly supported that. I can tell you when I said, I'm Jim, I'm here to answer any questions. Do you have any questions? They had 2. Are you hiring, and do you give neighborhood discounts? They weren't expressing concerns about proximity to a fake tot lot. They want this cannabis next door as an amenity so they can walk by. They had the opportunity to express concerns. They had the opportunity to write letters. They didn't. They came in overwhelming support. Next. So I love cannabis for its compassion and interest in the community, although it's not required in our city. Immediately, this team not only joined the Chamber of Commerce, but became its title sponsor in the boat cruise, has been a member in good standing. As we looked at what was important to the team to connect with the community, one thing was the veterans, and this is trying to make a meaningful difference in the lives of the veterans through the medicine, through things that we can do, through putting a big old flagpole to recognize the veterans. And in that quote, we have Nick Baradino, who's Valor, who put up a 100-foot, 30 by 60-foot flag to memorialize the cemetery. Nick speaks very glowing of both the city and a business trying to support vets. Priceless Pets is right across the street in Newport Boulevard. I can tell you my family's actively involved. The group has spent some time over there, really intends to figure out how to lean in and help, whether it's the pet wall of adoption, whether it's utilizing the tech from the ownership to do a roundup like you see in many traditional retailers to fund, really try and facilitate the adoption. So you'll see us trying to do a lot around that. And then Derek Smith from the UFCW, they not only wrote a letter of support, but Derek is here in the audience. Next. So that concludes the presentation. This is a good project. There have been no issues from the cannabis stores that have opened. This use is the most highly regulated use to come to the Planning Commission with 11 pages and 76 conditions of approval by my count. You should see the applications that we have to go through for insurance. You should see the scrutiny that takes place if you want to be transparently banked, right? This team has done everything that it has been asked to do and more. They come to you with a significant level of support documented through extensive outreach. This project takes a historically intense 24-hour-a-day project. I can tell you, when I talked to the residents about some certain things, they were like, no, we've lived next to a boatyard for years. We have no problem what's going on unequivocally. This project creates quality union jobs and a sustainable tax revenue stream for the city. This is a good project consistent with the city council intent and the voter approval. The team asks for your unanimous support so they can embark on their journey to modernize this site and develop a successful cannabis retail store. The team is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Commissioners, starting with Commissioner Ruvar. Questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for your presentation. I do have several questions to ask of you. The first one being, what is the ownership percentage of the individual who is the social equity applicant?
5149.
Was there a particular reason why that number wasn't higher? Because obviously the whole point of this ordinance is to help individuals like him, and I was touched by his story. I mean, 51% is just meeting the bare minimum. So just curious why that wasn't 70 or 80, what the business decision was for that.
I can tell you in general that that's a pretty aggressive ownership when you don't have to contribute operations, knowledge, significant capital. Do you have any idea what it's going to cost to revitalize and modernize this, site that really has never had a parking lot, has never had irrigation, has never had a sidewalk, has never met, all of the ADA requirements? It's a pretty substantial contribution. And so I think that's a pretty generous percentage.
So, I mean, that seems to me like it's minimizing Mr. Aaron's part of the business. So what is Mr. Aaron doing then as part of your business team?
He's local. He has put together a couple of he put together the deal to bring the new property owner in. He has a relationship with the team that is going to operate. He brought in Vivian and her knowledge of the cannabis industry. On an ongoing basis. I don't think he'll have much of a role in operations, but he'll be there to support it with his local relationships.
Right. So he is more of a partner rather than the businessman behind this?
No, he's a serial entrepreneur. I mean, he's a interesting story, where some opportunities really weren't available to him that I know I have. He's had to get out there and hustle his entire life. I'd qualify him as a serial entrepreneur.
But I mean, in this, so it sounds, what I'm hearing from you is that Mr. Aaron will not be providing any kind of services to keep this boat running, shall we say?
I wouldn't say that. He's actively involved in the business. He's a 51% owner. He has sought to surround himself. And one of the things with social equity candidates, you don't have to do it all yourself, right? Weed Maps gives you all these services and solutions. He's surrounded himself with subject matter expertise and operators to help him.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, if I may, sorry, and I'll move on, but the reason I ask is because a couple of minutes ago you mentioned that he wouldn't really have an active role in this. But my next question is, so you mentioned that you'd like to have a sustainable business in the city and to bring in tax dollars.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, how do you plan to set yourself apart as a cannabis retailer? Because since you are going to be, one of the 22, I guess, that are, or 21 that are currently haven't permitted and will be open. So how do you plan to set yourself apart to keep this business afloat and actually continuing to run and to help Mr. Aaron in his business dreams?
I think that, a couple of different things. We started out with location, location, location. I mean, that really does solve for a lot of the issues with the approximately 100,000 cars that drive by on Newport Boulevard in proximity to the beach, being able to draw from Laguna, Newport, Huntington Beach, as well as the intimate community. One of the groups just published a study that said the most successful stores have a robust retail and work within 1.9 miles of the store, and we think that those demographics exist. We think that the introduction of the owner's technology to be a smart store, because we think that those that are either living and working in Costa Mesa are time-starved, so their time matters, so being able to get them in and out efficiently utilizing technology will be an exciting point of difference. Both the Vivian, the operator, as well as the retail operational partner are very experienced in supply chain. So it's, in order to be competitive, you really need to have quality at low cost. And so the team is being able to achieve that through their supply chain.
Okay. So in your presentation, thank you for that. My next question is regarding the delivery. So you mentioned that at this time, the project is not seeking having delivery as part of their business operations. So is there a reason that that's not being sought after at this time, as we have seen applications up here that have included delivery as part of the retail operations of cannabis?
To my knowledge, most of them have had deliveries as part of it, but I don't know any retail storefront that is actively utilizing home delivery at this point. You have to remember, and from a business perspective, the carrying costs here are substantial to get to this point, the rent and everything that's being paid, the build out. So it's not intended to be utilized at launch.
So I'm just wondering why you guys didn't include that as part of the project at this time, rather than seeking for that later, which sounds like it's your plan.
We're not seeking it later. We're asking for the delivery entitlement here. We're just saying that we're not launching it this time.
All right, sure. And my final question is, you seem to be aware of the manager of Seabreezes who emailed us his concerns. So were you able to speak at all with that individual? And if so, do you feel that you were able to answer their concerns?
Spoke with the owner several times. The owner of the property has a conversation with that owner. I spoke with John Morehart today. I spoke with his relevant, Ms. Cervantes, back in October. We had a nice conversation. I followed up with all of the project details and made ourselves available with the owner of the Seabreeze. His concern was, I said, do you have any concerns? He says, yeah, I don't want it. Well, what don't you want? Well, I don't want cultivation because of the odor. Are there any other questions or concerns that you have? No. Good, we don't own cultivation. So honestly, it's a bit of an ambush to get the last minute concerns without having the opportunity to have that dialogue that we believe are unfounded concerns.
So that conversation was with Mr., I believe it's Stephen, I forget his last name.
Yes.
So that was Schneider, okay.
Yes, as well as John Morehart, the other, as well as Cervantes.
Thank you, sir. That's it for me, and I defer back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Yes, Commissioner Zick.
Thank you. Through some of the presentation and comments here, I just want to clarify. I think I may have misspoke during the disclosures at the beginning. When I indicated I had a telephone conversation with Lynette and with John Morehart, I believe I was incorrect. I believe it might have been Lynette and Stephen. I believe that's who the other individual was online. So with that clarification, Mr. Fitzpatrick, I may have asked this question, you heard me ask it earlier, about the east half versus the west half of the building. And of course, retail can be in both halves. You know, if you move to the east half, a bike shop could be in the west half. I mean, so it isn't like it's going to sit empty. But for your business, can you explain why the west half of the building was chosen versus the east half of the building?
So I got brought into this project with less than a week to go before we had to submit the cannabis business permit. So I didn't have a lot of prior history. I was more reactionary. But when we heard your comments, I just spoke with the team and I said, do you guys have a preference as to which side that it goes on? And they don't. That's pretty much a 50-50 building. So within a couple of feet, it's the same rectangle with the demising wall. So I don't think there is a preference on which side.
And then do you have any understanding at this point what the other half of the building would be used for?
It's intended for retail, and one of the owners is contemplating, right now the owner has his cars stored there, but one of the owners is looking at that being one of his retail uses. He's a serial entrepreneur as well.
Okay. And then my next question, and I'm not asking you to agree to anything, but I'm looking at the hours of operation, and what I'm wondering is, because it says 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., did you give consideration or did you think about what it would mean to your business if you were only open till 9 p.m.? I'm not asking if you like it. I'm asking, did you give any thought to the hours of operation?
No, and I'll tell you why. When we went next door, if you look at the unbelievable amount of support from the residents that live next door, right at the top says our hours are 7 to 10. They didn't express any concern, and that's a right enjoyed by other projects in proximity to residential without that level of support.
I understand. We've had that conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Commissioner Rojas.
I do. I just have a quick question, something you were just saying right now, Mr. Fitzpatrick, in that, you know, with Mr. Brower being the 51% owner and the other partnership, I'm just curious, what is, you know, because we saw the presentation and I'm used to hearing about all the individuals involved, but I didn't catch it, or I didn't catch as much as I would like to know is what is the experience of the 49% ownership in terms of the operational aspect, their exposure, their history on it? I didn't get a big emphasis of that as we've seen in the past. So can you give some details on that?
Hey, Michelle, could you go back to our team slide there? So in the top right is Vivian Nguyen. Vivian operates a cannabis distributor in city of Santa Ana, so locally, and has lots of relationships with the brands and the supply chain and the ability to provide quality at low cost. Maurizia is accounting and compliance. Do you know how many years she's been in the business? 8? Yeah, like 8 years experience operating. From a compliance perspective, is going to be brought in for an opportunity to elevate herself into leadership. And then Dave Dwike, he's South Coast Safe Access. He's at 2001 Harbor. He was the first cannabis store in Santa Ana, first one to go union, arguably the largest tax contributor in the city of Santa Ana. And he's bringing in for the operational partner relative to the retail.
Okay, that answers my question. I just wanted to know that piece. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Commissioner Rojas. Commissioner Andrade.
Thanks so much for your application and all information shared. So I had a question regarding, and I don't know if maybe it's best for you or Mr. Brower to share, but how do you foresee in your support, you know, especially considering the social equity piece, and you know, Mr. Brower alluded of having some experience with having some personal challenges. So how do you foresee you will support the 2 recovery centers that are nearby? One directly across the street. There's also Treehouse Recovery just a few miles down, a couple of feet down. And then furthermore, further down the street, just within 700 feet is Share Ourselves, SOS, which is providing services for our homeless neighbors, which unfortunately, after being chronically on the street, you wind up having addiction issues and challenges. So how do you foresee that your business will support this population that is just right nearby? Your neighbors, they're going to be your neighbors.
Perfect. I'll answer that as the second part of the question, but to our knowledge, there's not anyone here that's objected. They are aware, they've had multiple conversations, and they didn't send anything in writing or not here tonight. I feel compelled to point out that the City Council did contemplate proximity to those as sensitive uses and intentionally did not include that in the ordinance that was sent and approved to the voters, that this business for over 2 years has been paying and paying and paying, relying on that fact. I do have a letter, 2 letters of support, one from the one directly across the street, the Barn Life, and one from Pillars, if that helps you. We thought about it. We thought about a lot of things here. We've gone over and above any of these requirements, so I have 2 letters of support that we'd be happy to share with you. Is that something you would want to see?
Yeah, I would love to hear what where the comments are and how they're.
Yeah, you bet. Mr. Chair, Anna, how would you like me to distribute these, Mr. Chair?
Do you know if these are a part of our packet already?
They are not.
Okay. We'll wait for Anna to get back. Do you have any further questions, Commissioner? Yeah. You can just continue on and we'll have Anna circulate.
Sure. And then others, you mentioned that you've looked into the data of nearby cities who have had the business in place for some time. And so you mentioned in your presentation that this is going to be a very high-end and very cool kind of demo of what it's going to look like. So very high-end and kind of luxe feel to the experience of going into the business. How will that be, compatible, accessible to the neighbors who said, "Hey, I want to be a local business. I want to be a whatever, one of your clients or that." So, because the average kind of salary that I think is is low-income community, right? So, are those price points going to be actually amenable to that low-income community that is maybe interested?
So, I don't share the claim that there are tots in the area. I didn't see them. And when I went around and talked to these folks.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the price point of your products.
But I didn't see low income. I saw a manager of one of my favorite restaurants that lives there. The 2 people most impacted are both working professionals. I wouldn't characterize them as that at all. But one of the things we did, and we really fell in love with the community and the people there. Look at the level of support that we have. So we do have some neighborhood discounts. Certainly in the beginning, most people get them when you get to a cannabis new shop. But on an ongoing basis, we have a good neighbor policy and intend to have neighborhood discounts.
And so in your research of other cities that have had this business in play for some time, have you seen or collected any data on having any idea? So do you have any idea on the kind of long-term effects or impacts to be placed in a low-income community surrounded by, a high-end luxe dispensary?
Again, maybe you have facts that I don't. We've read the Yelp reviews that don't indicate what the prices are. When I was going around and talking to these individuals, the rent keeps going up and up and up. So I don't know that this is a low-income community. But how can anyone?
16th Street, Placentia, that whole area it's kind of considered.
Those live works that when I set up with you and approved are now, people said that nobody would like them, they're now going for $1 million a piece. Those folks, we did outreach to them, not because we wanted to see if they had opposition, because we wanted to let our future customers know that we were coming to town.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Is it all, Commissioner Andrade? Okay. Yeah, go ahead and everyone go ahead and read the letters. If there's any further questions based on those, feel free to jump in. Vice Chair.
I don't have any questions.
No? Okay.
Mr. Chair, so the property owner did want to come up, and I think you had a couple of questions for him.
He's welcome to come up, but let me ask my questions.
Yeah, you bet.
Sure. Okay. And this can be directed to you, Mr. Fitzpatrick, or to Mr. Brower or anyone else who wants to jump in. Was it Mr. King?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. King. I think you and I met before.
Yes.
Correct, yeah. Mr. King, were you aware, leading up to any kind of involvement in the retail cannabis industry, that this particular site was being looked at by various parties for housing opportunities? No. Or mixed use retail opportunities where it's like a live work opportunity?
Not for residential.
Not for residential, okay. Okay. I guess just to make the question simple, why retail cannabis and not housing?
Well, if I were to develop that lot, it would have to be contiguous to the corner lot, which is the furniture store, as well as even the mobile park. It would be a pretty aggressive undertaking, which I think the community would love, but getting all these owners involved, if the city could help, maybe that could be a future plan. Just because the cannabis store is there doesn't mean we cannot develop that whole street. I think it would be an incredible looking 17th, 16th Street, that whole area. I think it'd be a great development, but you'd need the support of many moving parts, inclusive of the city.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, one other point is, this is in the opportunity zone. The opportunity zone, and Dan, maybe you could speak to that, is one of the primary reasons why I bought it, and that doesn't incentivize residential. The city designated this as an opportunity zone to benefit business.
Well, to clarify, that opportunity zone does benefit both sides as developers. So we would look at it in multiple ways, but I believe Commissioner Vivar also asked what was the percentage ownership of Mr. Bauer, and we did address the fact that that is a pretty sizable minimum requirement address, but I believe the amount of capital and investment put into this facility does demonstrate his ownership and his involvement. Maybe he's not running day-to-day operations of the cannabis side, because just because he was a user doesn't mean he knows how to run the business. I think that it is appropriate for the proper people to run the business. I come from the tech side. Why am I involved? I don't want to get too much details in my business, but I'm trying to help revolutionize any regulatory industries with our technologies. It includes technologies in the supply chain and chain of custody. We're already partners with Clear from TSA to actually create features of engagements of how regulated products could be handed to the consumer and create an immutable transfer of title. So this is kind of a pilot project for me to watch this cannabis industry and how we can improve transparency and sustainable models of running a business, so that more running of the business is proper rather than regulating the business.
Okay, thank you, Mr. King. I will note that on page 2 of the applicant letter, that you were noted as exploring other sites in proximity to leverage the 19th West overlay and take advantage of Measure K. So I didn't know if you had any additional thoughts or anything else to add to that.
I'm not sure if this is the place to discuss it, but yes, we are looking at, let me address the one other concern I think that was brought up, was why use that back building relative to the other side of the building. The other building is actually all windows, so to fortify it, it would not be the best. The rear buildings are non-windowed based, so it is a little bit more secure. As well as we've got a little issue from our tenants across where that potential Raising Cane is going. They need to actually tear that building down because it is encroaching on our property, and I cannot get proper rain flow to work without that building being torn down. So we're trying to work with our neighbors at this time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So exploring.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'd like to, this might be directed to Mr. Fitzpatrick, and this piggybacks on Commissioner Vallarta's previous question. In terms of the level of outreach to the community, it seemed pretty clear from your point of view that you had unanimous buy-in into this project. And then between some of the information that we've seen today as far as the cutoff for public comment, we can see that that's not the case. So my question to you is, have you had a chance to review the dissent letters for this project, and would you like to go through it summarily and actually just address those?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think we addressed crime that, I saw those last minute uncommunicated communications as a potential ambush, right? For whatever reason, to get you to say no to this. Crime is not an issue. I think that ship has sailed. We have the Orange County grand jury that says crime went down in Santa Ana. We have the chief of police that says that went down. I did a public records request that said there are no crime incidents of cannabis so far. We haven't seen the enforcement. We haven't seen even non-criminal elements. That tot lot is, I don't know how to give it credibility other than to say it's evidence of fabrication, that in a month they built a little fence and threw a fake grass, and there's not even sand in the sandbox in an attempt to meet that definition. But what I heard staff also say is, doesn't matter. When our rights were established to develop this project as cannabis, it predates any tot lot whatsoever.
Okay.
So
In the process, if I may, Mr. Fitzpatrick, thank you for clarifying that. In the process of doing your community outreach, did you do multiple rounds of simply walking around the neighborhood, or did you hold any kind of event on site? Or did you have any record of people attending the event?
Yeah, in fact, Michelle, if you go to our outreach page, I think we have pictures of the event. We mailed both in English and in Spanish. We invited them to come. We served delicious Trenta food. Those pictures of the people are us discussing the project with both the residents and businesses that came forward. Unfortunately, in some of the high-rise buildings, we did get letters of support that unfortunately didn't make it in the move. So, yeah, I mean, extensive.
Okay.
And not only going to Seabreeze, but also going up and down, primarily 16th Street, but if you know, I'm in a boot, so I'm out there schlepping around in a boot, going to all the different businesses, and there was no stated opposition whatsoever.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Let's go ahead and turn to your applicant letter, because I noted that I several questions here. And if you have it in front of you.
Ready?
Okay. I think it was just a point of clarification where in the first paragraph of your executive summary, you say that the city is excited to see the future site once again become an important part of the city. What do you exactly mean by that? Is it to say that the current use is not an important part of the city?
I don't know if the prior owner, she's out of town, she was going to maybe call in, she could give some of the history, but the city was aggressive in their code enforcement with this property with the specific intention of changing its use. It wound up in a lawsuit. I reviewed a 157-page review of the issue, and the property owner prevailed. That's why I say that the city has been intent on making this change for the recent history.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. During the course of your exploration of all of the web, if you will, of interaction between our special districts, and you should know because you were on a board on a special district previously, did you ever have an opportunity to reach out to the Newport Mesa Unified School District and make them aware that you were planning on building a site on their safe routes to school road?
I don't know that it is. It hasn't been a safe route, and as you're kind of challenging the applicants, I would challenge your city for 20 years.
I'm just asking questions, Mr. I'm asking if you can just answer the question, please.
I'm very well versed in bikeability and walkability. They come down 15th Street and cross at that light. I don't see them. The kids in all my You've been at the property. I don't see kids walking down 16th Street whatsoever.
Okay.
But that is a very good question and very valid. Whether that is, we would have never known that was a school path since there are no sidewalks. So when we were discussing, we need to create a sidewalk. Well, we're going to have one patch of sidewalk because the rest of the street has no sidewalk. So that's become, I remember talking about that. But that's not a bad plan for the long-term future. I think we need to design around that is what I'm saying, because again, this is not the place to discuss it, but there are big plans and big development opportunities if we as a city and the developers can come to an agreement. And the gentleman who owns the property, the mobile home, I've been on conversations with him. He loves the idea of the future of what this whole street could look like. Not sure why he wants to ruffle feathers at this time, because his value ask of how much his value of his property was kind of out of reach for it to be developed. So, you know, I think it's a business decision, and there's some aspects of business decisions he's making right now.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Mr. King. I'll go ahead and continue. Let's skip past the support letters. And if we can go to attachment number. Okay, we're into the attachment, the last attachment then, attachment 7.
Which one's that, Mr. Chair? What is that regarding?
Site plan.
Site plan, thank you.
I will point out that on the design on the first page of attachment 7, and also you can see it in page 7 of attachment number 7, that, okay, starting out, it says in your rendering that you are to retain a 6-foot block wall, but in your actual rendering, it looks like as almost like a 15-foot wall in the design on page 7.
On which side? Against the residential?
Against the residential.
Oh, that one? Yeah, sorry. I would agree that the rendering is not 100%.
Okay. Is it your intention to retain a 6-foot block wall?
Yes.
It is. Okay. Is there any potential objection to any kind of modification?
No, and twofold. One is, remember, we're creating a modern experience with an elegant sense of design. We've got a 300-foot wall that we need to kind of break up. Michelle, let's see, in the appendix, that was the landscape. Let's see. There you go. Thank you. So we had tried to think about things that we were doing. I can tell you when we walked in our extensive outreach, I said, hey, from a privacy perspective, we've looked at several different options. We could put up a bit of a sail that's depicted down in the bottom there, where we could have a tip of the hat to the nautical interest here, and in between each one of those homes, introduce that. You know what they said? Well, that's going to impede my airflow and block my light. This is like, I've lived next to a boatyard for 10 years and I don't have that concern. So this is the time, if you wanted to give us feedback, we are trying to figure that out and balance both our needs to break up that 300-foot run with the residents who weren't interested in privacy screening. So we're trying to achieve.
What are your thoughts, Chair?
You know what, I think just out of an abundance of caution, we may revisit this later, because this isn't the time for me to do any conditions, right? It's really just to ask what the intentions are comparing one page to the other, because the renderings look rather different. So I just wanted clarification more than anything.
And Mr. Chair, if there is an intention to impose conditions, we'd love to have that discussion as part of the public hearing.
Sure.
One note, if you've known the design, and even when early on when they came to me asking if this is the place to do it, I wanted to make sure that the place did present itself to be harmonious to neighborhoods. So if you could even tell by the name of the store, it's not some cannabis-related store names. the presentation is most people driving by probably won't even know what it is. And that was the concept of a mercantile. It is just a mercantile. Those who know, but if you don't, it's just a beautiful looking piece of property at that point.
Yeah, and I will say, just to your point, Mr. King, that when City Council made the code, it was very purposeful to make this use as discrete.
Correct.
No rendering or depiction of cannabis, even in name, right? There's some that are, one that I can think of that's quasi borderline, but other than that, I can't think of any that anyone would see on the street that would say, yeah, that's a cannabis shop.
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate you, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. King.
Mr. Chair, if you have the property owner, did you want to ask him your environmental question? Because I think he
Yeah,
does have
there's
an
a
answer for you.
phase one that was done. Obviously, when I bought the property, we did the whole phase research on the environmentals, and which would be an interesting question. I wonder where the mobile park, where their environmentals are.
I don't know. We're just looking at this site. So, Mr. King, Mr. Fitzpatrick, thank you very much. You're welcome to take. Oh, you know what?
I have
I'm
one
so-
more
I'm
question
sorry.
right now.
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Actually, just speaking about the wall, what's there now?
6-foot CMU block wall.
Same thing, so we're not modifying that dimension. I'm just thinking in terms of, they said they want the airflow, so what's now? So it's the same thing then?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
We rather not go any higher than the 6 feet, or else it will start impeding. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Rojas. Sorry I didn't see you down there. You're still in the penalty box, by the way. I haven't forgotten about you. I'm lobbying the city to
Rightfully
get
so.
that. I'm lobbying the city to get that taken down, and for you too, Mr.
I'm good,
Preziosi.
it's good.
Okay. All right. Anyone else before we move along? Commissioner Vivar, I see your mic's on. Any questions?
No, sir, nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, again, thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. King. I'm sure we'll be asking you to come up again at some point. Before we move on to public comments, I hope it doesn't come at the detriment to anyone, but let's go ahead and just take a 5-minute break before we get into the second half of this, just so we can all stretch our legs and open our minds. Okay, thank you. Back in 5 minutes. All right, welcome back to the Planning Commission meeting of July 24th, 2023. Call the meeting back to order. And this brings us to our public comment period of the meeting. If you'd like to speak to this item and you're in chambers, please feel free to come to either podium. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and ideally you'll hear a chime at the 1 minute mark. Yes, sir.
Thank you to the commissioners and to the city staff. My name is Derek Smith. I'm the political director of the United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 324. In addition to representing grocery and drug workers throughout the county, we are pleased and proud to represent cannabis workers here in Costa Mesa. We're also happy to support this project's application to move forward tonight. As you know, the mercantile is being considered on the city's established equity program, the equity permit program designed to minimize barriers of entry for local residents that have been disproportionately impacted by prior cannabis prohibition and enforcement. We advocated for this program and for other social equity programs like this because our union believes that the establishment of the cannabis industry provides us with an opportunity not only to address injustices of the past, but also to create expectations moving forward that cannabis workers can expect living wages and health care in their jobs. We're happy to report that the mercantile has signed a labor peace agreement with our union, and they have made every assurance thus far that they will collaborate with our union. I sincerely hope the Planning Commission will follow the recommendation of staff and approve this project, and furthermore follow through on its investment to social equity and in this particular applicant who is a product of this city. I have every hope and expectation the applicant will in turn honor the intent of Measure Q and similarly invest in his employees. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ashley Anderson, and I'm here today as a longtime Westside Costa Mesa renter. I also currently lead the Orange County Eviction Diversion Collaborative. I am here tonight because it seems like this effort to legalize marijuana shops in our city has now surpassed a moderate saturation point, and it is in direct conflict with policies and measures to maintain and create adequate housing here, especially in areas that are zoned for mixed residential and commercial use. A cap on these storefronts was needed and was something that I advocated for, especially in areas that are commonly near or in local safe routes to school. Westside students who walk, ride, or skate to Ensign and Newport Harbor use Pomona, 15th and 16th Street, Superior, and portions of Newport Boulevard as a main thoroughfare before and after school. Most leave home after the 7 a.m. opening time. Research shows that having an adequate number of attainably affordable rental units can minimize homelessness. We know that we have a long ways to go in Costa Mesa to ensure rents remain at a level that do not push current residents out. Some of our elementary schools have lost more than 200 students each due to rents raising at levels that are unsustainable and for past what has been recommended. I know neighbors who have recently had their rent raised 300 to 500 over the course of a single year. Building more rental units as well as permanent supportive housing are essential to fixing the high cost of living for some of our most vulnerable long-term residents. Please consider our existing urban plans and strategize about how we can increase our rental housing supply rather than focusing primarily on businesses. This is a 30,000 square foot lot. Am I out of time?
You got 1 minute.
Oh, 7,659 square feet for a storefront and approximately 32 parking spots, which means around 9,000 square feet designated for parking. Total, this is over 16,659 square feet for this projected project. Conversely, that could house quite a few renters. A conservative number would be over 20 one-bedroom apartments. We have a unique opportunity to take advantage tomorrow night, since the City Council and this Planning Commission will jointly discuss how they will work on providing more housing during the shared study session to receive staff's to receive the staff's presentation, provide feedback on staff's policy recommendations, and provide direction regarding an inclusionary housing ordinance for potential planning commission and city council consideration. I respectfully request that you defer your decision on this property until your next meeting and after you have worked together with the city council.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Protect mixed-use residential neighborhoods, particularly
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
and mobile homes in Westlake Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to speak? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Steve Schweimer, and I'm the representative of the ownership of Seabreeze Villas, which abuts a proposed dispensary. I want to begin with a statement of gratitude in your service to the community. Thank you. Speaking in opposition to the project, as I believe it to be incompatible with the established residential use of the property Seabreeze. There's a lack of separation from the homes of the front door of the dispensary and the parking lot, and the corresponding noise activity associated with it between the hours of 7 a.m. to 10. As you know, there has been 3 resident conditional use permits for dispensaries which have been denied. I'd like to draw your attention to PA 21-27 located at 1072 Bristol, which was opposed by the residents. The separation of the storefront there was over 100 feet, and you heard extensive opposition to this dispensary from many of the homeowners. I urge you to follow the same precedents you set and deny the application where the impacts are even greater at Seabreeze. As you know, we've been hearing tonight, they're immediately adjacent to the storefront, and it's certainly a much greater liability than it was to the Master Circle residents. Tenants in Seabreeze, many of them may not be able to attend this evening because they work. Many of them have families, children. Some don't speak English very well, and they get a little bit intimidated, maybe even by this forum. The residents Costa Mesa should be, for those residents in Seabreeze, should be the same, I think, and believe, have the same afforded respect and protection that you granted the Master Circle. There are many other reasons for denial of this application when you look at the close proximity, again, to the other addiction treatment centers, sober living houses in the neighborhood, and the application could be contributing to excessive concentration as defined in the state cannabis regulations. There's also the issue of future residential uses in the neighborhood allowed by Measure K. Your decision tonight will be based on your findings. We strongly believe that the proposal dispensary is not substantially compatible and would be materially detrimental to the health and safety of the general welfare of the public. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. Schweimer. Is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to speak to this item? All right. Seeing none, Anna, if we could go to first Zoom.
Lynette, you may provide your public comment.
Good evening, Chair Barrett and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Lynette Cervantes, and I'm a property owner in Costa Mesa, as well as a certified land use planner representing the owners of Seabreeze Villas and the Moreharts, who own 12 properties.
Did we lose you? Well, I guess if we lost you, we couldn't hear you.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm here. So Anna, would you mind putting the slides up?
Your slides are up.
Okay, sorry, I just can't see them. Okay, so second slide. The slide lists our concerns, including the lack of separation from bedrooms and both storefront and parking, hours of operation, future deliveries, adjacency to sober living homes, and addiction treatment facilities, excessive concentration of dispensaries, Measure K issues, and the unimproved condition on East 16th Street, no curbs, no gutters, no sidewalks, no place for kids to walk, and a lack of parking for existing businesses. Next slide, please. Seabreeze Villa is a modular home community adjacent to the proposed project. There is only a 3-foot separation between the bedrooms of these homes and the parking lot, and a 10-foot separation between the front door of the dispensary and the nearest home. Next slide, please. There have been 3 conditional use permits for dispensaries which have been denied. The incompatibility issues for the application at 1072 Bristol Street was denied, and these are magnified in the project that you are considering tonight. The separation to the proposed storefront would have been almost 100 feet to the nearest residence, and the parking lot was behind a rear yard fence, which there was a setback from that. If the Bristol Street application was denied for lack of compatibility, this one should be as well. Please keep in mind that the applicant may have obtained signatures from the tenants of Seabreeze Villas, and Jim's a pretty persuasive guy, but the welfare of the future tenants is not reflected in those signatures. Next slide. Measure Q language defines sensitive uses, including playgrounds and tot lots. Although in 2021, this tot lot was not furnished, it was a small shaded open area for kids to play and is now used by the residents with small children. Next slide. The neighborhood is home to many addiction treatment centers, including Share Ourselves, which provides services to the homeless population, and within 400 feet, 2 other recovery centers. There's a preponderance of sober living homes, which are nearby and present some of the same conflicts outlined so eloquently by Treehouse Recovery. Next slide, please. The criteria set forth in the state code is a huge red flag, which could affect licensing. This regulation states that the ratio of dispensaries in a census tract not exceed the ratio of licensees to the county population. Next slide, and next slide. Weed Maps shows 30 dispensaries in Costa Mesa. Next slide. Your ordinance states that retail storefront uses are prohibited except in commercially zoned districts. Next slide, please. Although the proposed dispensary site is zoned commercial, it is immediately adjacent to existing residential and conflicts with the potential for future housing in the neighborhood envisioned by Measure K. Next slide. The intent of Measure K is to protect residential uses and create affordable housing opportunities. In conclusion, next slide, please. Your decision tonight will be based on the required findings, and we urge you to find the findings 2A and 2B cannot be met. We recognize that there are many factors to consider in your decision.
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes. Your time's up.
And
Okay,
we are
thank you.
grateful for your diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else on Zoom, Anna?
Wendy Leese, you may provide your public comment.
Ms. Leese.
There, it took a minute to be unmuted. Good evening, Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Wendy Leese. I appreciate the depth of your questioning tonight. And I appreciate what Mr. Schwimmer just said and Ms. Cervantes just said. I support their arguments. There's a couple of details that you haven't asked questions about. I might just give you a couple of them. In the report by the staff, it does say that the Von Hemmert building will be demoed. It doesn't say when. And how does that affect this project? I am aware in conversation with the previous owner, she did show me that there is a drainage issue, and like a lot line, property lot line, that was problematic. And that when Von Hemmert was originally approved years and years ago, they were not adequately parked. And so I don't know, that's one issue, is how does that demolition affect this property? Also, I am aware that the aggressive code violation effort on behalf of the city for this property, it's a 100-year-old boat repair and boat making facility handed down from a family, I believe from Hawaii. Those people who previously owned the property wanted to make it into the area into an opportunity zone, which is an economically distressed community defined by census tract. And the whole idea, another, there's 879 in California, is to really lift up that neighborhood with jobs and business opportunities. And it's a shame that the city did not take advantage of that. I'm not sure if Mr. Kang is going to be benefiting from the tax incentives that opportunity zones give. But if there's any way in any of the items that are in the long letter by Mr. Schwimmer that you can use to not approve this project, I hope you will have 4 votes to do that. Because I think that they're valid points, and it is a residential area and there are children who live there. But thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Anna, anyone else on Zoom?
Matthew, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matthew Carver. I am the business owner across the street from the proposed project at 126 East 16th Street, which is Barn Life Recovery. I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to the project. I just wanted to be clear and make that statement. I've been across the street here since about 2012. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, Anna?
No, there's not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there anyone on the telephone?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you. Just to city staff real quick, did I hear that that gentleman's name was Matthew Carver with Barn Life Recovery? Or supposedly?
Chair Arith, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Unless there's anyone else in chambers who wishes to speak on this item, seeing none. I'm going to close the public comment portion of the public hearing. And commissioners, do you have any further questions for the applicant? If no one else does, I do. Mr. Fitzpatrick, if you can come up, please. Like many things we do, we try to get to the truth of the matter. Several minutes ago, all right, are you on now? Okay. Several minutes ago, you handed us a support letter from Barn Life Recovery from someone named Matthew Carver. And then just a minute ago, we got a call from someone by the name Matthew Carver at Barn Life Recovery who says they do not support the project. So I'm trying to make sense of what you gave to us vis-a-vis what we just heard on the telephone.
We can have Aaron speak to it, but I can tell you that letter says that he's speaking in support of Aaron. I will point out that John Morhart is the property owner of that location, and you can see the efforts that some of these property owners are putting forward.
And my career has been in the addiction treatment business. So I've built centers and that sort of thing. And so if you look at the time of the letters, it was very easy to get support from the recovery community, but I would make up that since then, obviously, the landlord has obviously said something to him. That is a certified outpatient center, so no.
Aaron, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The person on the phone, you know that individual. Is it the same individual?
Yes, it would have been.
Okay.
100%.
But you got the letter from?
Yes, 100%. But I'm sure that's why he didn't want it to go on the public record. I mentioned that because he's a recovery place and he was concerned about how that would make him.
So let me go ahead at this point and just read what the letter says, because I don't think the public has been able to see this since we were given this just on the dais.
Yeah.
So from Matthew Carver, Barn Life Recovery at 126 East 16th Street, dated June 22nd, 2023. Dear Costa Mesa City staff, and it says, if you can just bear with me, I'm writing to recommend Aaron Brower, whom I have known for 15, as a candidate for your company. Aaron Brower has worked in the addiction treatment for over 20 years. I have personally known Aaron Brower for over 15. Despite being hindered by the drug-related convictions over 20 years ago, Aaron has helped pioneer the addiction treatment industry in Orange County. Aaron specialized in alternative sentencing, which has always been a passion for him due to his experience fighting the system as an addict himself. I am in support of the city of Costa Mesa issuing a retail cannabis CUP under Measure Q for Mr. Brower. If anyone deserves this opportunity, I don't know anyone that deserves it more than Aaron. There's also more accolades and supportive use, signed Matthew Carver.
So he had done yoga and stuff at different centers that I had operated, and then he opened his own center, and he's doing great work. I just want to say that.
Okay.
So I'm supportive of him and his project there. I love him and what he does. He does great work.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of if he supports you or he doesn't.
Well, my guess is Mr. Morehart said you're not going to support.
So that, to me, in that letter, clearly demonstrates support.
Yeah, and so, but I can understand his position because it's also not very popular to support cannabis. When I go around to the treatment centers and I ask my constituents, hey, would you write a letter? They go, oh, we love you, but we can't, you know what I mean? We're a treatment center. We can't really write, we love you, but we can't, So that's kind of,
Yeah, the I love you buts can be a little difficult in life.
Yeah,
right?
it can.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair?
1 second. Anyone else wish to ask questions? Commissioner Rojas.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed by the situation here. We get one letter and we get a phone call from the same person saying two separate things, and I'm not 100% clear on why there's a distinction there. It seems like there's some backpedaling going on.
We can withdraw that letter.
Well, hold on. I don't want there to be any backpedaling. I want to be very crystal clear because this is a public forum. And we want to be very, very clear on what's going on with this. So let's go ahead and hear your response on that, please.
Okay.
We received both of those letters, which we submitted.
Long time ago, a while ago.
It also appears that there's been a change of heart, and I could speculate as to why, but I think those two things can coexist. But and I'd like to ask a question of city staff and the city attorney on this when I have the opportunity, because I'd like to get it in the record.
Okay. If I may, Commissioner Rojas.
Please do, yes.
If you have questions for the city staff, we can reserve that for the final round of if the applicant has any final comments. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Rojas, if you'd like to continue, sir.
Yeah, so again, this is for the record. I mean, change of hearts happen.
Yeah.
Changes of opinions do happen. So I just, I want to hear from you for the record. Is that what you believe? Is that your understanding of what happened here?
Yes, absolutely. I believe that to have happened. Correct. And there was a little trepidation on getting anybody from the recovering community to support a retail cannabis location. And those are my constituents. So I've owned and operated behavioral health treatment centers in Orange County. I've built and sold 3 of them. I was one of the pioneers in alternative sentencing before the Mental Parity Act, okay? And so I built and sold large ones. And so lots of those people have gone through, including Pillars Recovery, the founder, they've gone through. They were alumni of our programs, and lots of people have worked in our different programs over the years. And so I can understand a change of heart. 1,000% makes sense to me. So.
Right, and this is a key point here. I want to clarify it because, of course, as we sit up here, we have to take into consideration our responsibility and due diligence to the community of Costa Mesa. We have to operate within fairness of what we believe to be the correct path to take. And it's not an easy decision to make at times. So we have had conversations here from my colleagues talking about concerns that we always have: protection of residences, encouragement of business, responsible decision-making. All of these things come into play. And of course, taking care of the children and the youth that are in our community. So we make these decisions very strategically and logically and within the realm of the law. So when one of my concerns here was the addiction recovery centers, as was presented, within a certain range, less than 1,000 feet, and as well as the housing situation next door. So those are the two concerns that I have, and this letter here speaks to one of those points directly. And then we have a issue there. It becomes a cloud or a gray area there. So I just want to make sure that we go on the record and make absolutely clear that, what's going on with that. So that's my concern there.
More just for me.
Did you have a comment you wanted to answer?
Just a clarification that the letter was in support of Aaron, but it does say give him the CUP at that time.
Right, and that's where the gray area is,
Oh,
sir,
yeah.
because this is a letter of personal support, but we're not talking about personal support issues here. We're talking about the permission of a professional building and establishment.
That's right.
Which it also supports. It sounds like there was a change of heart, but I tell you, it wasn't nefarious.
And that happens, I understand that, but I want to make sure that we put everything out clear.
Yeah.
So that, because everybody has to hear what we're saying and thinking for the decisions that we make. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And it was
Thank you.
difficult. I thought I'd get more support from the recovery community because those are my constituents, and it was very difficult, which was interesting. Because,
Understood.
so.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
No, you're good? That's it? Okay.
Sir.
Commissioner Bavar.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I, as my colleagues up here, I'm quite confused about the situation. Gentlemen, I'd like to ask you a few questions, and I'd hope you would answer me as if you were under oath. Who spoke to Mr. Brower and when?
Excuse me?
As in, who?
Oh, I'm Mr. Brown.
Who spoke to? Oh, sorry. Who spoke to the individual of the recovery center? Was it Mr. Brower, Mr.
Yes,
Fitzpatrick?
it was me, myself.
Yourself, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did that conversation happen, sir?
It happened over a few conversations. So I would say, I'd have to look in near the letter. It was probably about a month or so prior to that, when I was getting ready to, I knew the hearing was kind of coming. We were gathering support. So it was during that time.
And was the location, the exact location of this application tonight disclosed to that individual who called tonight?
Yes, he got notice, but he would not want to, he thought he wanted to write a
Sorry, I mean to ask, when you spoke to that individual at the recovery center, did you disclose the location that this would be located at? Because I
did.
I mean, I'm not sure, one of my colleagues can correct me, but I don't think this contains an address. It just says it is in support of yourself, sir, but not the address located, correct?
Yes, but I said it's right there, and I said it's right across the street. This is where it's going. So yes, but it's more of a support letter from me.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bavar. Anyone else? Vice? No? Okay. All right. Mr. Fitzpatrick and Mr. Broward, thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, do we have the opportunity for rebuttal?
In a second.
Great.
Yes, do you have any closing comments? You're welcome to ask staff your question too, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Cool. So a couple things that the team wanted me to reiterate is there's been some questions about 16th Street. And if you've gone down 16th Street, you will see that there's an overflow of cars and parking, and it's anything but safe for a route to school. This project is substantially improving that. On top of that, some can talk to what a traffic impact fee is and designed to do. Cannabis is a solution here. We're having to pay into a fund that is over $1 million now by cannabis, which is designed to mitigate the things that you're trying to do. Cannabis is the solution. From a social equity perspective, they wanted me to clarify, Commissioner Bavar, that there is no requirement for social equity. The requirements are it had to live in Costa Mesa, had to have gotten a cannabis felony, had to have had certain income levels. There's no requirement to work day-to-day in the business. Aaron does have other businesses he needs to attend to, so I would classify his role as working on the business versus in the business. He's already brought us several partnerships from his relationships, and those are more of his roles. And then, Michelle, can you go to slide 22 of the applicant presentation? Because I just wanted to make this point, and it's consistent with addiction services, is the City Council had robust discussion about these issues and the impacts. They had the opportunity to put a buffer to residential. They specifically talked about it, and they talked about proximity to addiction services and sober living, and they intentionally did not include it. And that went to the voters. It passed overwhelming. 2 out of 3 agreed with it. So those are the standards that I'm looking at here. And I just wanted to remind the commission that there's about a dozen of these projects that have been approved in proximity to residential that are, enjoy that right that don't have the overwhelming support of the residents in proximity. I don't think you could get better proximity. But the question I have for staff and the city attorney is the assertion that city council did willfully, intentionally, and in-depth have the discussion of proximity to residential and proximity to sober living homes and addiction services, did they choose intentionally not to include it? And did that version go to the vote of the people?
Mr. Fitzpatrick, if you don't mind, I'd like to confer with our city attorney's office, and then I'll come back to the chair.
Yeah, do you need for us to take a few minutes, or can you do that just right now?
I believe we can do it now while we are
All right.
asking your additional questions.
All right, great.
Thank you.
So Mr. King, if you'd like to say a few words as well.
Again, I'm not in the industry of the cannabis. I think this is a point of contention from everybody slinging some mud at each other. I mean, from the addiction recovery centers, great to community, but I don't think you're going to have residentials built around recovery centers. If I drive in that area and I live down the street from it, it does cause homelessness there, and how it's operated. Can't explain how it's run, but it is a center for a lot of homelessness around those addiction centers. So not to say who's better or for worse, but I think what we need to do is progressively improve. Mr. Schwimmer's here, Mohart, and the gentlemen who own the potential Raising Cane situation. I think Raising Cane will probably be a bigger issue than cannabis, in my opinion, but that's to be seen. I think what we would love to do is let's take a step-up approach. I think this mercantile could be a benefit to the city and that street particularly, because it will clean up that street at least one portion at a time. And as us owners of the property can come together with the city, I would love to develop around it to have a bigger, longer term picture, but at the time it's better than what we have at this time. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Mr. King.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder, if there are additional conditions on top of the 11 pages and 72 on this project, we would like the opportunity to have that discussion while public comments are open.
Sure. Ms. Lee, do you need, Director Lee, my apologies. Do you need more time, or do you have an answer?
Just a few minutes. We're checking one document.
Sure, okay. Let's go ahead and, okay, thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. King, you're welcome to take a seat. While we're waiting for that response from Director Lee, I'll go ahead and ask commissioners if you have any further questions for staff. Yes, Commissioner Andrade.
Just for the record, if you could remind me what exactly is in the code on the rationale on why we need 24-hour security at these sites.
So there was a lot of discussion with the adoption of the ordinance, and the rationale for the security, I'm not sure was ever truly discussed, but instead was brought on just as a, I mean, it would be hard for me to go back in memory and not even being there at the point, but I have never seen any language that discussed, or minutes or any kind of meeting discussion where they talked about the requirement for security for the retail. So I don't know that answer per se. There was definitely a lot of discussion that led up to the adoption of the regulations. I know that we've talked about security in the past on numerous occasions and what the purpose of it is, but I couldn't say for certain what the requirement was for sure.
Okay, but I think something that we have heard in the past is to sort of protect the business in the local area because it's a cash only and there's product on site and might be appeal to, I don't know, any kind of potential crime. Although we're hearing some records or quotes that that hasn't been the case. But so far, what I heard is that that's the rationale, right? Why we need 24-hour security present. So.
Yeah, I don't have an answer. I apologize.
And then another one is, one of the rationales on our approval is to, it's new and a mixed balance of new and encouraging businesses. Incubation of new and growth businesses in the industry, that's LU6. So understanding that we have, 21, 24, I've lost count of approved businesses already. I guess at what point does a department define still new and, new and bustling and growing businesses? And when does it stop being new? After 30, after 40? I mean, is it still a new business if it's, we have so many already?
Yeah, I think one of the ways that the commission or that the staff has reviewed this and tried to respond to the commission with regards to that policy is that this is a growing industry. It's a new industry, regardless of how many there are. It's a new industry. It's a separated industry from many other local jurisdictions in the area. So it's unique from that perspective to the city. So I think there's a lot of ways to interpret general plan policies because they're meant to be general and by their roots. So I think in that situation, that's where our intent is when we use that finding with cannabis retail applications.
Commissioner Andrade, I'd just like to add that the first cannabis storefront in Costa Mesa opened less than 1 year ago. So although the Planning Commission has reviewed multiple applications, in Costa Mesa, cannabis storefronts as a use are actually quite new.
Is that all, Commissioner Andrade? Okay, all right. Anyone else? Questions for staff? Commissioner Vivar?
No questions.
Okay. I might have two questions, and we'll see how many questions spin off from those two. I know of 4 cities within Orange County that have retail cannabis out of all the cities in Orange County. Costa Mesa being one of the 4. In the other 3, are they located in the commercial C1, C2 commercial limited zones, or are they located in the industrial zones? The reason why I'm asking, just so you know, is this previous question about 24-hour security.
Chair Arith, in Santa Ana, the storefronts are located in industrial zones, although some of them are located along major corridors and have great visibility, but they are located in industrial areas. Stanton has allowed up to 5 cannabis storefronts, and I'm not aware of which zoning designation they've selected. And then in the city of La Habra, they've allowed cannabis delivery only, so they have not allowed storefronts in that location.
Okay, so notwithstanding any missing information about Stanton and what zone they're opening in, I'm just assuming that Costa Mesa is the only city within Orange County that allows for retail cannabis on the commercial corridors, C1, C2, commercial limited zones. So when I think of security, I think of just that these commercial zones are more than likely at times to abut residential as well as where the industrial areas are likely not. So that's just how I interpret it, by the way. And if there's more to add to it, or if Stanton does it in the commercial zone or even in the R1 zone, let me know. It's okay. I can eat crow. So second question, which stems from what you said earlier, Ms. Halligan. You said that the first storefront to open up has been open for less than a year. That reminds me to ask, when are we going to see that? Because I'm pretty sure we wanted to see that application come back for a 6-month review. And I think we're over that point now, but I'm not sure if they've been opened at 6 months or not.
No, we're tracking those numbers.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Okay, I'm sure there's some of us that are itching to No problem. Okay, another point altogether. Fellow commissioners, any further questions for staff? We'll just keep asking in case anything comes up. I'm not trying to be redundant. Okay. All right. I will now close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Chair Arith,
Pardon me?
would you like?
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot about your question, Director Lee. Thank you for reminding me. Let me open up the public hearing again so you can make your comment. Thanks.
That's good.
Chair Arith and Commissioners, obviously the City Attorney's Office will not be providing legal guidance or comments in response to Mr. Fitzpatrick's requests. If Mr. Fitzpatrick would like to have his attorney make some legal arguments in front of this body, he's welcome to do so. Ms. Farrell is present along with Mr. Fitzpatrick and his applicant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Preziosi. Director Lee?
Yes. So we were able to pull up some information regarding what language was specifically in Measure Q, and it does refer to the premises of retail cannabis being 1,000 feet from existing and permitted child daycare locations, K through 12 schools, playgrounds, and homeless shelters. There was no reference to residential or any other use.
Yeah, and I think that we pretty much knew that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and make a motion. I see Commissioner Vivar has made a motion. What is your motion, sir?
I would like to move that planning application 23 dash. Can someone remind me of the number, please?
It's 22-12.
22-12 for retail cannabis storefront at 141 East 16th Street. Be denied on the grounds that there is evidence to suggest that the use could potentially be materially detrimental to the health, welfare, and safety of the residents of the mobile home park, as well as the recovery facility, and that substantial compatibility is not met with the proposed substantial compatibility with surrounding land uses and of the mobile home park and the recovery center, and as well as with the Measure Q adoption for, Measure K adoption for residential at this area, and that is also not substantially compatible with that. So, and as well as land use element 3.1 about the protecting the stabilized neighborhoods, including mobile home parks, is also not met with the proposed project on hand tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Andrade. Would you like to speak to your motion any further, Commissioner Vivar?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, I think in addition to the code that Commissioner Vivar stated, also to support this motion is land use 14. So whether it's the west side Mesa Bluff or the 19th West Plan, the goal of those two were to promote new housing types to meet the community's housing needs. Just coming up on Wednesday, in a couple of days, we're gonna sit down as a group and hear about what are we doing with our land use to help address homelessness, affordability in our community. So this seems like a great opportunity to fully evaluate this area and consider rezoning. Also, along with that, the Costa Mesa CMMC 13, the sensitive use. what defines a playground? Was it a playground? That whole piece, it's still very, it's just completely unclear, right? Whether, COVID was happening when the staff visit happening. Who knows if that negatively impacted why kids were around that area or having their toys or stuff out there. So that could also be an impact on the evaluation of that or the visit to that lot. So for those, I support this motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Does anyone, Commissioner Zick?
I will not be supporting that motion. I'm not even close to supporting that motion. If you've heard me speak before, you know I'm not, as I like to say, I'm not a shill of the cannabis industry. But it's pretty clear to me that the voters in Costa Mesa voted for it. If they didn't want it, voted down, but they voted for it. Then in the course of the implementation of an ordinance, there was that opportunity for a second bite at the apple. Well, now it's passed. 45% of the city didn't like it. Well, now show up and help shape an ordinance to further protect your interests. How about a separation from residential? Nope. How about a separation from sober living, recovery homes? Nope. So what could be developed on this land? We've heard people say, well, housing would be great. Might be. What does the zoning allow? Right now, not housing. Maybe the mixed use. But what's more important is, well, what does the owner of the land want to do? You want to do something different than what the owner of the land wants to do, there's a potential path for how you might be able to accomplish that. Separation from sensitive uses. I'm very sensitive to that issue, and if you followed some of the previous cannabis applications, and in particular ones that have been denied, I think you know where I stand on sensitive uses. And in the case of the Bristol, which people had brought up, I think the residents came and they spoke pretty clearly about their concerns. Well, what about the residents at Seabreeze? I didn't see him here. Got a letter. The first letter we got is from a resident of Seabreeze, and they're in support. The letters that the applicant presented, signed by residents of Seabreeze in support. If they were concerned about the proximity, I think we would have heard them more clearly than we did tonight. The proximity of those homes to the block wall. You know, that's an interesting problem. It's a problem and it's interesting. And part of what's interesting to me is who's close to who? Is this cannabis business too close to the residences? Some people might view it that way. Are those homes too close to that block wall? Next to a boatyard? It's another way of looking at it. I think the impact of this retail business, to those residents is so far less impactful than the impact these residents have had to put up with boat maintenance, boat repair, boat storage, motorhome storage, and all the other kinds of activities that have gone on there. To me, this is a dramatic improvement of that property. If the landowner wanted to lease that space to a bicycle shop, maybe a e-bike or maybe a computer repair shop, would we have all this hullabaloo about all this stuff and impact? Maybe. tend to doubt it. All this talk about safe passage. I've been on this area of 16th. Sidewalk? No. I'd walk up and down the street, keep an eye out for cars. I wouldn't call this street anything close to safe. This applicant's going to put in sidewalk. Playground. You know, our ordinance is pretty clear about proximity to playground as a separation requirement. Staff was also pretty clear that they extensively looked at this issue. I don't think staff took any shortcuts on this. Staff recommends approval, and I see the findings being supported. I heard a lot of concern. I heard a lot of questions. I heard a lot of leaning with these questions. And if I had found something substantive that I could hang my hat on as a reason to say no, yeah, I would. But I don't. Not a big fan of cannabis businesses, but this is a dramatic improvement to that property. And our ordinances and our municipal code allows this use. And I can't find a reason to deny it. I won't support the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Commissioner Rojas?
Well, again, you know, we're walking the razor's edge on this situation here. There's arguments on both sides, and I have, you know, this one's a bit of a challenge, you know, because I see both sides of it. But again, we have to think about, you know, what do we want for the city? And as Commissioner Zick said, you know, what does a property owner want with it? What does the community want with it? Those sometimes can be opposing forces here. So it being what it is, but I sit there and I look at the overall premise though, and I understand the sensitive uses. I understand the proximity to the sober livings and whatnot. And I've said this before, and I shared my concerns that, you know, residences should have been there, but it wasn't passed, it wasn't voted on. Sober living should also be taken into account. It's ironic to me that it's not. It's almost absurd, and that the code is silent on it. I wish it was there because it'd make our jobs a lot easier. The playground, I don't know enough about it to speak one way or the other. So I'm conflicted on it, but at the same time, I see the benefits of it. And so based on the improvements that are going to be done, based on what's written in the law, I just can't find myself supporting the motion as well. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Rojas, and especially all the items that Commissioner Zick laid out. It's almost as if he was reading my notes. This is obviously going to be a huge improvement to what those neighbors are dealing with now. I am grateful. I mean, I respect that Ms. Cervantes brought up the Bristol Street denial and asked for some consistency. Fair point. That was a room full of very angry people, and we have the exact opposite. We have an adjacent community that are all in support. Also, whereas that would have changed the use from a quiet office neighbor to a busy retail where there'd be doors slamming all the time, this is a big improvement. This is obviously a nuisance, and it's going to be cleaned up and make their street nice looking. The sensitive uses, the code is very clear on that. K through 12 schools, playgrounds, daycares, homeless shelters. The tot lot thing I'm not buying. We look at the old imagery. I don't think there was a tot lot there. And we have to act on the evidence that's before us. We looked at old imagery. Staff went out there. We can't act based on speculation like that. It was a weird twist at the end with Matthew Carver expressing his opposition. He didn't say anything. All he did was express his opposition. I don't know what to do about that, but still, overwhelmingly, the neighbors are in support. The Chamber of Commerce is in support. In terms of a potential housing site, walkable route for kids, I'm very in favor of housing and walkability. But it's not zoned for housing. The property owner has a property that's zoned commercial, and they've invested a lot in this use that's allowed. We cannot deny this project based on what we want. We would like a developer to propose there when the zoning literally doesn't allow that. I don't have anything else to say. I think it's pretty clear to me. I'm like Commissioner Zick. I'm not a fan of dispensaries. I'm not a customer. I'm not going to be a future customer. I'm ambivalent on Measure Q itself. I'm trying to treat this technically and dryly. And with the evidence that's before us and the findings that we need to make, I cannot be in support of this motion.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. Anna, if you could clear the board, I'm going to make an alternate motion. I'm going to make a motion to continue this item to a future date. And I can give my reasons if anyone wants to second. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. What we have in front of us come Wednesday is what will hopefully be a well-rounded, robust discussion on the inclusionary housing ordinance. There are features of that ordinance that may or may not have an effect on properties such as this. And I don't know because we haven't really discussed a lot of that yet. There is also this outstanding fact that staff have been directed to explore the exploration, if you will, of the cannabis code. And it's in that process of them doing their discovery and making possible recommendations to City Council for possibly revisiting the code that I think we're in an interesting time period right now where if we have information that's coming to us that would affect the trajectory of how we process cannabis applications such as this, then I believe it's in our best interest to hit the pause button until we get further guidance. I can see that a lot of my colleagues here on the dais have been talking about the cannabis ordinance in so many ways, whether they're in support of it or not. I have no doubt that everyone up here is doing their job making dispassionate decisions or just land use decisions without feeling or emotion. I have no doubt about that. And I think with that kind of high-minded, logical aspect of what we do, it is within, again, our best interest to hit the pause button to see if City Council wants to enrich the work that we're doing, because I'm sure that they're well aware of what we're facing right now. That's all I have to say. Commissioner Andrade.
Again, supporting a motion to pause and reevaluate because of the discussion that we're going to have in just a few days, discussing this exactly. What does our community need? And I understand that, yes, the community voted for this, but we're starting to just hit the surface. Like staff just shared, just a few locations have actually opened up. What do we anticipate is going to happen when all the rest of the 24 that have been approved open up? You know, right? We've had even Councilmember Harper was discussing like, when is it enough at the last City Council meeting? We have an attorney that's already offering opportunities to sue, which I know it's not too impressive because I guess the city gets sued all the time. So this is just a matter of routine. And again, you know, knowing that the location of where we're talking about is the west side of Costa Mesa, which is predominantly underserved and under-resourced. We know that we hear time after time how rents continue to go up. So this is really an opportunity for us to truly respond to the community's need. It's not the layman constituent resident is not staying up to date to notifications on planning commission meetings or what's in the agenda, what's in the CIP budget. It takes a very unique, dedicated individual who is really well immersed in this space to know about that. Most people don't even know this is happening until it pops up open. I think this is where we have our due diligence as, you know, our council as well to really hear the community's concerns as more and more of these locations are happening. And yeah, I know that you know, again, I'm a West Side Costa Mesa resident. Yes, this area is not the most pretty or safe to drive and walk and bike around, but this is how low-income communities, they make the best out of their limited resources. It's not the prettiest, but guess what? That's the only open street that's going to take you right across to your school. So the fact that this is also these areas are being looked at as a safe route to school is something that we should really be paying attention to, because again, this is about the future of our city. What is going to be our city's legacy going forward? So again, I appreciate and support the opportunity to continue to review this because this is going to have long-term impact on our community. And what does it look like?
Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Commissioner Vivar?
Yes, sir. I will be supporting the motion. However, I will be making some comments. I do support the motion. I think this needs to be looked at further in light of the conversations that will be had on Wednesday, as well as any potential conversations on potential amendments to Measure Q. However, I would like to say that I believe that the public commenters' observations about what happened at 1072 Bristol Street and the Master Circle were quite interesting ones, and I remember that day very clearly. I remember one of my colleagues that day said that the place that you live in is your castle, which is true. Whether that's a single-family home that's worth $1 million or more, or whether that's a mobile home, or even an apartment that you're in renting because you do not have the means to purchase elsewhere, to purchase at all, rather. As well as another one of my colleagues expressing concern that we are not giving the same treatment as well to owners of homes or renters or owners of mobile homes. And that was another very interesting comment as well. And so I think that the public's observations tonight are very interesting, and I think it's great that the members of the public who are doing that research into what has been set up here are hoping to keep us accountable and consistent with our decision making and the comments that we make and the treatment that we give various kinds of applications. As well, I have heard many times it's said that Measure Q is something that the majority of voters wanted, which is true. However, very interesting something to keep in mind is that what the members of the public voted on and the language that was in that ballot measure is ultimately not what we are treating as Measure Q today, because those conversations of City Council and Planning Commission happen as to how the measure would be crafted are conversation that happened after the voters approved that. So voters did not approve the language of Measure Q as it now stands, but rather the idea of Measure Q. And finally, while it is true that the community members of this location were not able, there was no material presence of anyone here, residents of that mobile home park, either saying that they supported the motion or that they did not support the motion. Is something that I've thought about many times, and that in areas of any city of this country where members of an underserved community, minority or others are located, many of those individuals do not have trust in the system, and also do not have the capability to speak the English language in a way that would make them fully grasp what is going on with some of these complicated proceedings, and being able to address their concerns. So the lack of participation of the public does not necessarily mean approval, but it also does not mean rejection of a project. So I don't think we can make the assertion either way when there is no one available, no one here tonight from the resident constituency. So those are all the only comments I have, but I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vivar. I want to make a clarifying point right here. I believe my motion was to continue the item to a future date. Wasn't certain or uncertain. So let me go ahead and get to the heart of that time frame. When does staff expect to come back with a reasonable inclusionary housing ordinance, a final inclusionary housing ordinance? I think just as a first question, Director Lee.
Well, our second joint study session is scheduled for this Wednesday. Really, at that point, it depends on if the council directs staff to move forward with preparation of an ordinance. That direction has not been given at this point, so I couldn't speculate really on the timing for that ordinance.
Okay. I suspect that we'll be getting feedback in some way, shape, or form in a couple days. So let's go ahead and set that meeting to the next regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting. Does the second agree? Commissioner Andrade? Do you want to say it in the mic?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And just to let everyone know, did you have any further comment on that, Commissioner Vivar?
No, sir.
Okay.
I agree.
All right. Commissioner Zick.
So I will not be supporting this motion either. And if you don't think this application should be approved, and I'm not speaking to anyone individually, if you don't think this application should be approved, your vote shouldn't be to continue it. Your vote should be to deny it. If you're uncertain whether this application should be approved or not, I think a continuance is appropriate if you actually think that there is information out there or questions out there unanswered that would allow you to decide one way or the other. Now, the meeting that's Wednesday is a study session. It's a study session on an inclusionary housing ordinance, it's not a study session on what parcels should be zoned based on what Measure K was, what densities ought to be allowed, what heights ought to be. It is none of that. And so after Wednesday, I can't imagine knowing anything more that would be relevant to whether this application should be approved or not approved. An inclusionary housing ordinance simply applying a percentage of low-income housing to housing developments. If we did it, we didn't do it, neither one of those conditions affect whether this application should be approved or not approved. You know, the idea of zoning is giving landowners certainty on what they can do with their land. If their land would simply be rezoned willy-nilly, and certain things they've been counting on, planning on, are just stripped away, taken away, That wouldn't be very fair. And I don't think it's very fair to continue this item because there's future discussions about housing. I do think that the residents nearby were pretty clear, both in their absence and by the support letters that they signed. And to make an argument that says, well, they're not here because they're working. How about when elections were held? Well, they didn't, they're not here because of, language barrier. Again, it's a guess. We have no evidence of that. We're going to continue the motion, what? So people can go out and reach out and speak to these people who we think don't understand what's going on? I didn't actually hear that. Nah, I don't think we're getting this right, folks. I'd make another substitute motion, but I don't think you can put a substitute motion on top of a substitute motion. If this motion to continue fails, I will be, though.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Commissioner Rojas, do you have any comments? Okay. All right. Anna, let's bring up the vote.
That motion carries 4-2 with Commissioner Zick and Commissioner Toller voting no.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Thank you. That decision is final unless appealed to the City Council within 7 days. Thank you. Otherwise, we'll see you at the next regularly scheduled meeting. This brings us to old business, new business. There are neither. And we'll move on to departmental reports, starting with Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Planning Commission. So for tonight's Public Works reports, at the beginning of the meeting, the chairman mentioned about the concerts in the park. So tomorrow will be the last concert at the park at Fairview Park, and with that will be the walk and roll to the concert park for the temporary cycle track. So Public Works staff will be installing a temporary two-way cycle track on Placentia Avenue, which encourage biking and walking for the concert park, which is scheduled for Tuesday, July 25th. The temporary two-way cycle track on the west side of Placentia Avenue from Fairview Park to Victoria Street will be ready for walkers and bikers starting at noon and taken down after the concert ends on Tuesday night. In addition, delineators will be placed in bicycle lane buffers on both sides of Placentia and Adams Avenue to Fairview Park as well. So CMPD, or Costa Mesa Police Department, will assist with traffic operations on that day of the event. The one-day pop-up demonstration will provide increased space for biking and walking and separation from vehicles on the street. So that's it for Public Works reports. I defer back to the chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yang. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. No report this evening.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Mr. Preziosi.
No report this evening, Chair.
All right. Thank you, sir. That adjourns our meeting. And let's see. We are no longer adjourning to a future meeting date. So we'll see you when we see you. All right. Thanks for joining us tonight.